share program is an efficient mechanism for strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship programme in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's very interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive and it allows us to discuss various issues, especially the most prominent one, which is the sustainable development of the region. So this platform is very important and it's very timely because we are facing with multiple challenges, including the COVID-19, plus the climate change, the social inequalities, the economic crisis. So I think it's very important we come together for that.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together a variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
We want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors, in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
So I heard about SHARE is to discuss and to find solutions. So that's quite interesting about the policy dialogue and policy design. So good morning all, and welcome for those who are joining us here at Melia Hotel. Welcome to Hanoi. And for those who join online, I wish you an enjoyable digital experience, as technology should not be a disruption, but a tool to allow wider and more inclusive reach. I'm Vân Anh Hoàng, Head of Education British Council in Vietnam, and I will be your MC for this opening section. So before we start, may I have a quick reminder on some of the housekeeping rules for the event. Please turn off your mobile phone or put it in silent mode. In case of fire, please follow the exit signs on both sides of the room. And the event is being recorded and shared with participants after the event. And during the event, if you have any question to one of the speakers, please raise your hand and wait to be called. For online participants, please use the chat function to submit your question. Thank you. Dear distinguished guests, delegates, and colleagues, welcome to the Policy Dialogue 15 of the Support to Higher Education in ASEAN Region SHARE program to be held in Hanoi from 27 to 28 of July. The setting today reminds me about 6 years ago when the third policy dialogue was held in this hotel. And at that time, SHARE was at a very beginning of its journey. And the policy dialogue brought in all stakeholders in ASEAN higher education sector to Hanoi and discussed on how to make university fit for the ASEAN community, enhancing internationalization through student mobility tools. Since then, the various topics and result areas have been discussed and at the policy dialogue that contribute to ultimate goals of establishing a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. This policy dialogue 15 is being held at a hybrid event in partnership with the Ministry of Education and Training in Hanoi, in Vietnam, the ASEAN Secretariat, CMEL RIHET, the ASEAN University Network, and UNESCO Asia Pacific Regional Bureau for Education. The objectives of the Policy Dialogue 15 are to launch the roadmap of the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025 and its implementation plan, to explore innovation and initiative contributing to the digital transformation of the higher education in Southeast Asia, to examine the structures and resources required to ensure the sustainability of the regional higher education space in Southeast Asia, and to consider future opportunity for ASEAN higher education space and the higher education community globally. So it's my honor to introduce our distinguished guests at the event today. First and foremost, from the host ministry, the Ministry of Education and Training, His Excellency Dr. Nguyễn Văn Phúc, Deputy Minister. From EU delegation, my pleasure to introduce His Excellency Ambassador Georgia Liberty, EU Ambassador to Vietnam. And joining us online, it's our pleasure to introduce His Excellency Dato Lim Chok Hoi, General Secretary of the ASEAN. And from UNESCO in Hanoi, Mr. Lee Bing Wang, Chief Section for Educational Innovation and Skill Development, Asia Pacific Regional Bureau for Education, UNESCO Bangkok. And I would like to welcome Mr. Philip Matheson, Officer in charge of CMEL RIHET. Dr. Chontis Dirathiti, Executive Director of ASEAN University Network, and Mr. Darren McDermott, SHARE Program Team Leader. And I would like to extend my welcome to all distinguished guest speakers, moderator of the event, and more than 300 higher education leaders and representatives from Southeast Asia, and journalists joining us both online and on-site. Thank you for your participation. And without no further ado, I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Nguyễn Văn Phúc, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education and Training, Vietnam, to deliver his welcome remarks.
His Excellency Ambassador Giorgio Aliberti, EU Ambassador to Vietnam, His Excellency Dato Lim Chok Hoi, Secretary General of ASEAN, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Training of Vietnam, I would like to warmly welcome you all to Hanoi to attend the 15th SHARE Policy Dialogue with the theme Envisioning the Future of a Higher Education Common Space in Southeast Asia. This dialogue is among the first few events that we convene on site in Vietnam since 2020. Thus, I'm very happy to be able to greet you in person again. Today, together with the SHARE program and our partners, the ASEAN Secretariat, CMEL RIHET, the ASEAN University Network, UNESCO Asia and Pacific Regional Bureau for Education, and the Ministry of Education and Training of Vietnam is very pleased to co-host this dialogue. The dialogue objectives are in line with Vietnam's top priorities regarding higher education, which are to improve the quality, the inclusion, innovation, and to strengthen the international cooperation in higher education. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has caused learning disruption in all levels, including higher education. Statistics show some of the problems are students' lack of ICT skills and thus limiting their access to distant learning, learning loss, mental health challenges, gender disparity, etc. All of these matters will make it much harder for students to acquire higher skills needed to thrive in the increasing demand world of work. Thus, this dialogue with the objectives to explore innovations and initiatives contributing to the digital transformation of higher education in the region, to examine the structures and resources to require to ensure the sustainability of the regional higher education space, and to consider future opportunities for the ASEAN higher education space is an excellent common ground and opportunity for us to share information, exchange views, and propose strategies in areas that we are all concerned. Moreover, I'm very glad to witness the launching of the roadmap on the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025 and its two-year implementation plan. The roadmap is developed against the backdrop of the changing context of higher education globally and the disruption to student mobility brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe that it will help enable greater harmonization and internationalization of ASEAN higher education, especially in enhancing people-to-people connectivity and supporting ASEAN community building. Ladies and gentlemen, in the case of Vietnam, we are in the process of socio-economic renovation and intensive international integration. It is important to build high-quality human resources that meet regional and international standards. This requirement has brought great pressure, but also created great opportunities for innovation and development in higher education sector. To meet this demand for human resources, the Ministry of Education and Training of Vietnam has made significant investment in advanced high-quality training program development and in local potential universities. The Ministry of Education and Training has also advised the government to establish universities of excellence with cooperation with selected developed countries. At the same time, the ministry has encouraged partnership between foreign universities and local universities and attract foreign universities to open international branch campuses and to invest in Vietnam. Thanks to these policies, in recent years, Vietnam's higher education has achieved breakthrough development in quality and received international recognition. There are several Vietnamese higher education institutions recognized in the world's top 1,000 universities by on the most prestigious world university rankings. Coming to this dialogue, we look forward to hearing more on the key elements to support the development of how our higher education sector, nationally and regionally. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my appreciation to our co-host, the SHARE program, together with our partners, the Education, Youth, Sports Division of the ASEAN Secretariat, CMEL RIHET, the ASEAN University Network, and UNESCO Asia Pacific Regional Bureau for Education for your close collaboration and the excellent arrangement for this dialogue. Distinguished guests, with that, I would like to extend my best wishes for the great success of the event with many inspiring ideas and initiatives. I wish you all good health and happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Deputy Minister Nguyễn Văn Phúc. And it's my honor to invite His Excellency Ambassador George A. Liberty, EU Ambassador to Vietnam, to give an opening speech.
Dr. Nguyen Van Phuc, Deputy Minister of Education and Training of Vietnam, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my real pleasure to be here with you today to welcome this shared policy dialogues, all the delegates, all the participants here in person and online from different parts of Europe and from the ASEAN region. Of course, we are talking about education, which is the key for our future. And let me first of all quote the EU Commissioner for International Partnership, Ms. Jutta Urpilainen. She said, "There will be no economic growth, human development, and equality without education. We will need 21st century graduates. They will take on jobs that do not exist yet. They will take on crises that we cannot foresee. And they will lead their society towards sustainable, peaceful, and prosperous futures." I think this is clearly our priority as European Union, and the EU committed to spend at least 10% of financing for education. As part of the Team Europe, the European Union will provide stronger and more coordinated support in education. This will be the key to tackling eradication of poverty, inequalities, and discrimination, as well as leaving no one behind. Cooperation in the field of education has become more and more important as an instrument for the implementation of the European Union external policies, as an indisputable instrument of soft power. We see how many leaders here in Vietnam and in many countries in the region, they studied in Europe. They still remember fondly those days. Exchange program help people to connect worldwide, reaching out to a large number of stakeholders, which help to promote a positive image of Europe in the world, spreading its messages and fundamental values, such as the rule of law and human rights. They contribute to shaping the relationship and connecting the EU with other countries and regions, as in the case today of ASEAN. Talking about ASEAN, it's a region of the highest political and economic importance to the European Union. We share interest in the global value chain development, but also concerns on resilience, environmental degradation, and climate impacts, as well as challenges in the geopolitical scene within the Indo-Pacific region. Since December 2020, the EU and ASEAN elevated their relationship to the level of strategic partnership. This new status recognizes long-standing and wide cooperation as regional organization. And in June 2021, the EU and ASEAN concluded negotiation on the first region-to-region air transport agreement, a key milestone in enhancing connectivity within both regions. And both the EU and ASEAN have a long track record of cooperation on trade facilitation, on regional economic integration, transport, people-to-people connectivity, in particular, of course, in the field of education and research. And as you know, we saw also from the nice logo, year 2022 marks the 45th anniversary of EU-ASEAN dialogue relation, which is for us a very important political milestone. And in this context, of course, SHARE is a flagship program of higher education that aims to promote regional harmonization of higher education, introduce an ASEAN scholarship, which I think is very interesting, inspired, of course, by the European Erasmus scholarship that we all know. And the program contributes to strengthen regional cooperation, enhance quality, regional competitiveness, internationalization of ASEAN higher education institutions, and thereby facilitating the establishment of an ASEAN higher education space. And this is another area where the EU can share its Erasmus experience. Higher education cooperation has been a major channel for forging closer regional integration within the European Union. The higher education sector will also have a key role to play in Europe's wider plans for European education area. And this is Europe's blueprint for a rethink of education policy and practice, and the role that education can play also in recovery, resilience, and sustainable development. This is such an important aspect of it. And this rethink, I think, is underway worldwide. Sorry. So we are sure that education institutions and decision makers in ASEAN and are also considering similar challenges to those that have catalyzed Europe's strategy for universities issued last January. And the strategy proposes ways for universities to work together to better rethink their role in pressing issues such as the green and digital twin transitions, inclusion and participation, protecting academic values and the role of university in the community and in a fast-changing world. We hope that this important agenda will also be reflected in the work of SHARE inside ASEAN, as well as in the current and future cooperation between the higher education sector in ASEAN and its partners in Europe. And the Erasmus Plus program and its mobility and cooperation projects, of course, create an ideal forum for this to take place. And we recognize the challenge with international travel, of course, with the pandemic, with COVID-19, and we are so happy to be here today physically, finally, to welcome you here. We know that the pandemic had a very negative impact on all these kind of things, on all these travels, and so also in education exchange. Therefore, we appreciate really very much the efforts put forward by the delegates, of course, all the participants and the organizing committee to make this hybrid event happen. To conclude, I hope that the objectives of the 15th policy dialogue will be successfully achieved, producing concrete resolutions, this is what we need, and relevant recommendation for further enhance EU-ASEAN cooperation on higher education. So I wish all delegates and participants a very positive, productive session for the next 2.5-day event. Thank you so much. Come on.
Thank you, Your Excellency Ambassador. Distinguished delegates, with the adoption of the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education at the 27th ASEAN Summit in 2015, the work on the Senior Officials Meeting on Education Summit towards the development of a common higher education space in Southeast Asia was initiated. The declaration acknowledged higher education as one of the catalysts in the accelerating ASEAN economic, political, and socio-cultural development agenda, and the need to embrace the diversity and solidarity of the ASEAN community through enhanced intra-ASEAN mobility of students and scholars. Under technical support from SHARE, work had been underway to develop a roadmap of the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025, which endorsed by SOMNET. The purpose of the roadmap is to realize and to implement the ASEAN higher education space for greater people-to-people connectivity and knowledge transfer across the region. In the framework of the ASEAN Education Work Plan 2021-2025, the roadmap will deliver the mandates and commitments of the ASEAN related to boosting intra-ASEAN student mobility by 2025, including the design, ownership, and operationalization of a regional scholarship program. To understand more about the roadmap and how it's going to be implemented, I would like to invite Dr. Roger Chow Jr., Assistant Director, Head Education, Youth and Sports Division, ASEAN Secretariat, to present.
Dr. Nguyen Van Phuc, Deputy Minister, Education and Training, Vietnam. Your Excellency Ambassador Giorgio Aliberti, EU Ambassador to Vietnam. Distinguished delegates, partners in higher education, good morning. It is my honor to be here in front of you to present the work of the ASEAN Working Group with support from EU Share and a lot of the higher education partners around the region. So, without further ado, let me start giving you a brief overview of what the roadmap of towards an ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025. Take note, it says 2025 because it's in line with the term of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility. That does not mean that this common higher education space in the region ends on 2025. In fact, it should go farther. Okay. To give you an overview of how this came about and what are the rationale, the establishment of the ASEAN Working Group of Higher Education Mobility 2025 was established exactly July 27, 2021, 1 year from today. And today we will be launching the roadmap. So exactly on the same day and launching the roadmap exactly to show that the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility has actually did its work and we are moving forward in support of higher education. And that, as you see, everyone in this room are coming from different organizations, different stakeholders, all working in higher education. So the collaboration across the region has been seen. We also took note of the 2015 Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education, the ASEAN Work Plan on Education 2021-2025, the development of the ASEAN Declaration on Human Resource Development for a Changing World of Work, and the Comprehensive Recovery Framework, which frames the development of the roadmap. Take note that this not only looks into the achievement and acquisition of skills and competencies, but it also looks into the development of regional community, enhancing people-to-people mobility within the region and across regions. But it also looks into the role of higher education in its contribution to ASEAN community building, developing the economic sector, shared prosperity, and of course, the sustainable development goals. The key principles include it has to be measurable, impactful, participatory, complementary and pragmatic, equitable, diverse, and inclusive. The vision of the roadmap is to have a resilient, sustainable ASEAN higher education space that enables greater harmonization and internationalization of ASEAN higher education, especially in enhancing people-to-people connectivity and supporting ASEAN community building. There are 6 key areas: promoting awareness and support of the development of the higher education space, strengthening awareness and implementation of regional quality assurance, support and enhance implementation of ASEAN qualifications reference framework, promote and strengthen regional cooperation for higher education mobility, promote and implement mutual recognition on ASEAN higher education qualifications and professions, and designing and setting the foundations that ensure sustainability, not limited to technical and human and financial resources of the common space in the region. Next, I'll present to you the 2-year implementation plan, just an overview. The implementation plan is a living document because we don't want to set the initiatives, we don't want to cast it in stone. We want to have a living implementation plan so that key stakeholders in the region can come out with initiatives in support of sustaining and developing and enhancing the higher education space in the region. So across all 6 key areas, there are initiatives on place with, as you can see, key area 1, which is focused on promoting awareness and support for the development of the higher education space. We have 4 and 1 initiatives for output 1.1 and 1.2, which are basically policy dialogues and the establishment of normative instruments. For key area 2, we focus on regional quality assurance. There are 4 initiatives under output 2.1, which focus on qualifications framework and quality assurance. And so on and so forth. We still need work and support from member countries and partners in relation to key area 3 and key area 6, which focus on support and enhance implementation of the ASEAN qualifications reference framework, and in particular designing and setting the foundations that ensure sustainability. This will be undertaken in part on Friday during the closed door session, where higher education stakeholders in the region will be discussing on how to move forward and ensuring the sustainability of higher education in the region post the SHARE program. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the roadmap and the implementation plan in brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Roger Charles. And can you remain on the stage? Can you remain on the stage? And dear distinguished guests, and to commemorate this milestone of sharing the roadmap on higher education space in ASEAN, I would like to invite to the stage His Excellency Dr. Nguyễn Văn Phúc, Deputy Minister, to receive the symbolic roadmap handover from His Excellency Ambassador George Liberty, EU Ambassador to Vietnam. And joining them, may I invite Mr. Darren McDermott, SHARE Program Team Leader, Dr. Roger Chow Jr., Assistant Director, Head Education, Youth and Sport Division, ASEAN Secretariat. Thank you so much. And to mark this important milestone of launching the roadmap on the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025, we are receiving congratulatory message from distinguished guests. And it's my honor to introduce the message from His Excellency Dato Lim Chok Hoi, Secretary General of the ASEAN.
Interim of the EU delegation, Mr. Lucas Guidos, Charge d'Affaires, Interim of the EU delegation to ASEAN, Mr. Philip Marston, Officer in charge of CIMIO Right-Head, Dr. Chautis Deratiti, Executive Director, ASEAN University Network, Mr. Lee Bing Wang, Chief Asian Pacific Regional Bureau of Education, UNESCO, Bangkok, Mr. Darren McDermott, SHARE Program Team Leader, distinguished experts and panelists. A very good morning. First of all, allow me to extend my appreciation to the SHARE Program and its partners for organizing the Policy Dialogue number 15, and to the Ministry of Education and Training Vietnam as Chair of Education Sector for co-hosting this event. I'm pleased to be delivering remarks at this policy dialogue theme, envisioning the future of a common higher education space in Southeast Asia, to launch the roadmap on the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025 and its two-year implementation plan. The ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility 2025 is also celebrating its first anniversary today, making it a very momentous occasion. Only a year on since its establishment, we gathered here to celebrate another important milestone, the launch of the roadmap and its implementation plan. The finalization of this document is a significant achievement for the education sectors as it aims to realize an ASEAN higher education space for greater people-to-people connectivity and knowledge transfer across the region. This would not only contribute to the ASEAN human development, but also to the ASEAN community building. I would like to take this opportunity then to congratulate and commend members of the AWG HEM 2025, the ASEAN Secretariat and ASEAN Foundation as co-chairs with the technical and operations advisory of the SHARE program for developing the roadmap and its implementation plan. To realize the roadmap's vision for resilient and sustainable ASEAN higher education space, we continue to count on the guidance and crucial participation of AWG HEM, permanent members of 10 ASEAN member states. Similarly, it is crucial for the ASEAN higher education sector to bring together multi-stakeholders and earnest partnership at all levels to mobilize increased investment and support to implement this roadmap. I'm pleased to note the commitment and continued support to the roadmap of our regional partners and non-permanent member of AWG HEM, such as CIMIO RIHET, UNESCO, Asia Pacific Regional Bureau for Education, and the ASEAN University Network. Ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN Secretariat recognizes the crucial importance of synergy and working together to ensure efficient use of resources and maximize impact of our initiatives in the region. In this regard, the roadmap on the ASEAN higher education space and its implementation plan is also our attempt to synergize our work, consolidate our efforts, and appreciate the valuable work that has been done by the ASEAN member states and regional partners in implementing a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. Your expertise and insights in this policy dialogue, especially during a closed-door session on the third day, will be valuable as we chart the way forward and envision the future of higher education space in Southeast Asia. I also encourage you to utilize the closed-door sessions to discuss ways to sustain the gains of the SHARE programs beyond 2022 and ensure sustainability of a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. To realize this, the task ahead of us is immense. However, as history has demonstrated, it is only by working together in the spirit of achieving mutual goals and building on the success and lesson learned that we can transform challenges into opportunity. Congratulations once again to the official launch of this roadmap on the ASEAN higher education space and its implementation plan, and wish you all a successful event as we collaborate on envisioning the higher education space 2025.
Lucas Gaidos, Charge d'Affaires of the EU delegation to ASEAN, who can be with us today, also send his recorded message.
Training of Vietnam. His Excellency Dr. Nguyen Van Phu, Deputy Minister of Education and Training of Vietnam. His Excellency Dato Lim Chok Hoi, Secretary General of ASEAN. Mr. Lee Bing Wang, Chief, Section for Educational Innovation and Skills Development, Asia and Pacific Regional Bureau for Education, UNESCO Bangkok. Dr. Choltis Diratiti, Executive Director of ASEAN University Network. Mr. Philip Masterson, Officer in Charge, CMO Rehai Ed. Mr. Derek McDermott, SHARE Program Team Leader, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome you to the launch event of the Roadmap on the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025 as part of the SHARE Policy Dialogue. The ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility was launched during the SHARE Policy Dialogue 12 last year. In a year's time, I'm very pleased to note that the Working Group has done an excellent job that has led to the finalization of the roadmap of the ASEAN Higher Education Space. Today, The EU delegation to ASEAN is delighted to witness another milestone in the development of the higher education sector in ASEAN, that is the launch of the roadmap of the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025. The roadmap is a significant step towards harmonized higher education sector in ASEAN. The roadmap also contributes to ASEAN connectivity, particularly to people-to-people connectivity. Amid the COVID-19 pandemic, it is very encouraging to see that the roadmap incorporates innovative approach by suggesting digital transformation in convening higher education. The roadmap has been formulated such that it also aligns with other ASEAN frameworks, as well as supports the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals, in particularly Goal number 4, quality education. We are very pleased to see the EU contribution to this incremental development in ASEAN higher education sector through the SHARE program. The EU delegation to ASEAN conveys its sincerest appreciation to the ASEAN Working Group, ASEAN Secretariat, SHARE program, and all key stakeholders for their contribution to the formulation of the roadmap. We are looking forward to seeing the outcomes of the SHARE program being sustained by ASEAN beyond the SHARE program's project competition. I wish you all productive discussions in this policy dialogue today. Thank you for your attention.
To share his congratulatory message.
Okay. Excellencies, Dr. Nguyen Van Phuc, Deputy Minister of Education and Training, Moet Vietnam, Ambassador Giorgio Aliberti, EU Ambassador to Vietnam, Dato Lim Jock Hoi, Secretary General of ASEAN, dear colleagues, friends, and participants, a very good morning. On behalf of Simeo Raihed, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate all that have been involved in the development and the launch today of the roadmap, and this is truly a remarkable achievement for the region. As Simeo Raihed has had a really special opportunity to be involved in the development of the roadmap, the development of the 2-year implementation plan, I'd like to take this opportunity to maybe take a different track. First, I've been seeing something changing. And this really came to fruition in Policy Dialogue 14, when the partners in higher education came together to look at the contributions of higher education for the Sustainable Development Goals. And that policy dialogue was not just one policy dialogue. Simeo Raihed and EU SHARE worked together to produce an outcome document in coordination with UNESCO so that we could share what's happening in Southeast Asia with the World Higher Education Conference in Barcelona. And I really see that this momentum in partnership and in trust is moving forward, and we see that again today in Policy Dialogue 15. If we went back 5 or 10 years in the region, we'd see many of the same organizations that are here today, but we wouldn't necessarily see the same level of trust, of close cooperation, and of partnership that we have. And I'd like to just focus on this for a little bit, and maybe present from Raihed, what's changed for Simeo Raihed. We've actually become more partnership-driven, and this is a result of the pandemic. For Raihed, and as the region's partner in higher education, we work to foster cooperation and provide policy platforms among governments, partner organizations, and institutions to enhance higher education for a more sustainable future for the region. And what we see happening in this region and the world is actually a greater need for partnership. They're needed because the context and landscape for higher education is changing rapidly, and we could not expect the disruption that we've seen. There's a greater need to come together to look at what we have, work more closely together, and more dynamically to reflect the new realities. We need, through the roadmap and these regional initiatives, to continue to synergize our efforts through a redefined common space in higher education, where we can see the efforts of all partners coming together around a shared understanding and a shared vision for a more resilient and sustainable space in higher education that's relevant and ready for the future. You know, we have a saying in English, a sea change, and it's not necessarily about the weather. It's really about a profound and meaningful transformation. And I think, you know, what I've seen since Policy Dialogue 14 and Policy Dialogue 15 now is a sea change, but perhaps where the SEA in sea stands for Southeast Asia, and the change is really about partnership. And with that, I would like to thank everyone involved in this, and really it's a pleasure to be here for the launch. Thank you.
The metaphor. And I would like to invite Dr. Chontis Dirathiti, Executive Director of ASEAN University Network, to deliver his message.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the ASEAN University Network, or the AUN, I would like to congratulate each and every one of the partners, stakeholders, and governments, all who have been provided inputs into the shaping and formulation of this roadmap on the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025. I have high hope for our universities that the shared vision expressed in this roadmap will guide the way forward for the subsequent actions, particularly in regional and international cooperations in the higher education sector of Southeast Asia that will lead to the sustained process of strengthening the quality of human resources in ASEAN. It has been proved and to be proved further that only through the sharing and exchanging of ideas, knowledge, enthusiasm, and goodwill, this higher education space is going to exchange what really matters for the development of talent in the ASEAN region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chontis. And it's my honor to invite Mr. Lee Bing Wang, Chief Section for Education Innovation and Skills Development, ASEAN Pacific Regional Bureau for Education, UNESCO Bangkok.
His Excellency Dr. Phivapu, Deputy Minister of Education and Training of Vietnam, His Excellency Giorgio Aliberti, EU Ambassador to Vietnam, His Excellency Datu Lin Cho Hoi, Secretary General of ASEAN, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and I'm so happy to join you in witnessing the launch of this very important roadmap for the ASEAN higher education space today here in Hanoi, Vietnam. On behalf of UNESCO, congratulations on this collective achievement that will allow us to move towards a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. We've already seen a lot of regional integration tools and mechanisms, such as the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework, the ASEAN Mutual Recognition Agreements, and the mobility programs operated by the ASEAN University Network and the Senior Right-Hand. All these tools and mechanisms will be further strengthened and expanded according to the roadmap for the ASEAN higher education space by 2025. We hope that more favorable ecosystems can be established, including the mobilization of more intellectual, technical, human, and financial resources from within and outside ASEAN to ensure that ASEAN higher education integration initiatives and processes can be consulted, developed, financed, and implemented in an inclusive and engaged manner, leading to the achievement of our shared objectives. As the only UN agency with a mandate in higher education, UNESCO stands ready to assist and support this noble journey towards a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. As I will be giving the keynote after this opening session, I will stop here. Once again, congratulations, and I look forward to following the progress of this joint initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Bing-Wang. And last but not least, may I invite to the stage Mr. Darren McDermott, Chair Program Team Leader.
Good morning. Your Excellency, Dr. Nguyen Van Phuc, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education and Training, Vietnam. Your Excellency, Mr. Giorgio Aliberti, EU Ambassador of the EU Delegation to Vietnam. His Excellency, Dato Lim Jock Hoi, Secretary General of the ASEAN Secretariat. Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On the occasion of the launch of the roadmap on the ASEAN higher education space at this, the 15th SHARE Policy Dialogue, and on behalf of the SHARE Programme, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to our partners at the ASEAN Secretariat, the EU Delegation to Vietnam, the Ministry of Education and Training of Vietnam, most importantly, Asia Europe Foundation, UNESCO, the ASEAN University Network, and Simeo Raihead, and our gracious hosts here in Vietnam. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank you for making this event possible. As has been noted, July 27th is an auspicious day for the SHARE Programme. It was on this day last year that we launched the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility at the 13th SHARE Policy Dialogue, and the first such event of the SHARE extension phase. Inasmuch as it was an auspicious day for the SHARE Programme, we do hope it's also an auspicious day for the ASEAN region and the wider Southeast Asia. At that time, we were fully online, so it's all the more special for us to gather again exactly 1 year later in person and online to celebrate the launch of the roadmap. The ability to hold physical events again is a clear indication that we'll soon be able to resume physical mobility of students across Southeast Asia. The SHARE Programme, which was launched in 2015 as the EU's flagship higher education programme, in partnership with the ASEAN Secretariat and regional stakeholders, was conceived as a mechanism for intra-ASEAN credit-bearing physical student mobility, supported by quality assurance and qualifications frameworks. These objectives of the SHARE Programme are now to be built upon, taken forward in a cohesive and sustainable way through the roadmap and the mandate of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility to 2025. Like our excellent MC for today, Van An, I was present for the third SHARE Policy Dialogue here in Hanoi in June 2016. It was indeed early days for the SHARE Programme and a very different context to the one we now inhabit. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020 made us reconsider our approach, and as a programme, we engaged in comprehensive consultations with this region's higher education organisations, institutions, and the group that was perhaps most affected by the pandemic, higher education students themselves. Through these consultations, we adapted and improved our work plan, and since then have been able to further explore digital transformation opportunities within the region's higher education community. The higher education community in Southeast Asia proved itself adaptable and capable of embracing this new context. In-person policy dialogues have become online and hybrid events that reach far larger audiences. Student mobility programs have become virtual exchange and collaborative online international learning programs that engage students, but also academic and international relations office staff in the formulation of new learning opportunities and collaborations between Southeast Asian universities. This is an approach that's entirely complementary with physical mobility when it returns at scale. A paper-based system of credit transfer between institutions is being transformed into a paperless and verifiable digitally signed system held in the cloud or a student's digital wallet. Qualifications frameworks have provided recognition for shorter units of learning accredited by micro-credentials consistent with lifelong learning frameworks. Communities of practice of academics, staff, and students gather together over Zoom, Teams, WhatsApp groups, and again, in person. These groups are shaping the future of teaching and learning at institutions across the region. All the while, quality assurance frameworks keep pace with these changes, ensuring quality in the provision of higher education, whatever the modality. Access and inclusion initiatives have become central to the higher education internationalization agenda. The roadmap on the ASEAN higher education space envisages a resilient and sustainable common space of higher education engagement across Southeast Asia that enables greater harmonization and internationalization of the region's higher education systems. It is reflective of the new reality for education worldwide and proposes adaptive and sustainable approaches in responding to the changing context of higher education. The EU Support to Higher Education in the ASEAN Region programme is proud to have contributed to the process of establishing the working group and agreeing the roadmap with regional stakeholders over the past 2 years. As we enter the final phase of our programme, we look forward to working concertedly with our partners across the region to ensure the ownership and sustainability of these activities through the roadmap and the implementation plan. We also welcome a proposed declaration on the ASEAN higher education space to build on the 2015 KL Declaration and engender political commitment for the roadmap. Once again, I would like to thank Your Excellencies, our wonderful hosts at the Ministry of Education and Training of Vietnam, our committed partners and fellow travelers on the road to a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. Thank you also to those of you who are joining us in person and online, and we look forward to your contributions to our discussions. I wish you an enjoyable conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Darren, for sharing the reflections of your experience with SHARE. So we have heard congratulatory messages and also reflection and commitments from our SHARE stakeholders. And to commemorate this important event and also moment, I would like to invite again on the stage His Excellency Deputy Minister Nguyễn Văn Phúc, His Excellency Ambassador to Vietnam, EU Ambassador to Vietnam, Ambassador Georgia Aliberty, Mr. Darren McDermott, Dr. Roger Chow, Mr. Philip Matheson, Dr. Chontis Durathiti, Mr. Lee Bing Wang, Ms. Reka Tosa, and Associate Professor Phạm Quang Hưng for a commemorate photo section. Wonderful, thank you. Can you remain on the stage? And I would like to invite the delivery partners of the SHARE, represented by Ms. Donna McGowan, Director of British Council Vietnam, and Project Manager from SHARE, Ariel Maulana from NUFIC, Sebastian Griggs from DIAD, Uni Prayuti from SHARE Project. Thank you. Thank you all the delegates and guests. We'll be taking 15-minute break. Tea and coffee and refreshment are served outside of the main room. And please be back at the main conference room at 10:30 for the keynotes and panel discussion. Thank you and enjoy your coffee chat over the refreshment. Thank you again. About to start, and I would like to invite you to take a seat. The following section is a keynote on Toward a Higher Education Common Space in Southeast Asia, Inspirations, Issues, and Key Challenges. I invite Mr. Darren McDermott, Chair Program Team Leader, to moderate the sections. And Darren, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Van An. It's fitting, I suppose, that we're talking about digital transformation, and I needed to sort out the tech first. Thank you very much. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the launch of the roadmap and all of our excellent speeches this morning. We're really, again, I can't say it enough how delighted we are to be here in Hanoi, in a much larger room than we've been able to run a policy dialogue in for some time. And it's great to meet colleagues and friends from across the region. We'll now move to our first keynote of this policy dialogue. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Li Bing Wang, Chief of Section for the Education, Innovation and Skills Development of UNESCO Asia Pacific Regional Bureau for Education. That is based in Bangkok, where Li Bing has been based for some time. Li Bing tells me this is his first in-person event since the start of the pandemic, so all the more exciting for all of us to welcome here. So please, Dr. Li Bing, over to you.
Thank you very much, Darren, for your kind introduction. It's really my first in-person meeting after the pandemic, and I was really excited. And I'm also excited in terms of the launch of the common higher education space in Southeast Asia. Because I used to teach at the university, and I did a lot of research on the Bologna process, which happened in Europe to establish a common higher education space in Europe. So I was really excited to see this happening in Southeast Asia. And I'm sorry to say that as a regional office for UNESCO, we should promote this at regional level, right? But because of the diversity and in terms of culture and the development stage, I think it's better to make it happen at the sub-regional level. So this is, I was really excited. Today, my keynote, the title of my keynote speech is Towards a Common Higher Education Space in Southeast Asia, Inspirations, Issues, and Challenges. We've been seeking internationalization of higher education for decades, if not centuries. It was first driven by people's curiosity and the early years of cultural borrowing efforts, then enlightened by the needs for intellectual solidarity and international understanding, and later necessitated by the global and the regional economic and social integration. The soft part of the driving forces might be less powerful in creating a strong momentum for governments and higher education institutions to take action. But the social and economic consequences of not having a harmonized regional higher education space can be more tangible and harder to ignore. It is really in UNESCO's DNA to promote the internationalization of higher education, as it can contribute to the ultimate mission of building a culture of peace in the minds of men and women. My speech will be divided into 4 parts. The first part is measuring levels of internationalization of higher education. It will be helpful to develop an analytical framework with 4 keywords to measure the levels of internationalization of higher education. The first keyword is transparency, for which countries should make information about their own systems available and accessible by whatever means, including online and offline, to enhancing mutual understanding of higher education systems between and among countries. Access to authentic, authoritative, and up-to-date information on higher education systems in different countries is one of the basic requirements of UNESCO's conventions on academic recognition. The Asia and the Pacific Network of National Information Centers, we call APNIC for short, online portal, launched in November 2020, jointly by parties to the Tokyo Convention, provides a common infrastructure for better transparency of the higher education systems in the region. The second keyword is comparability, which means that countries should go beyond transparency to work together for bilateral agreements on the equivalency of qualifications from their respective countries without changing anything in their own system. It signifies a shift from mutual understanding to mutual recognition, and is therefore a substantial way forward. Then comes the third keyword of compatibility, for which convergent actions from countries are critical to reduce substantial difference and ensure that different national systems are moving in the same direction. It requires changes in domestic systems at national level and also joint efforts among countries in the region in a more integrated way. Harmonization is the fourth keyword and represents the highest level of internationalization of higher education. It can happen, as I said, at regional level or sub-regional level. We have seen good examples in the European Union, and I'm happy to see that it's going to happen at ASEAN, Southeast Asia. It also can evolve both top-down and bottom-up processes. And the quality assurance and the qualification framework are the backbones of a regional higher education integration. However, I would like to point out that harmonization doesn't mean standardization. It's actually a process to promote unity within diversity of the higher education systems in a region. Secondly, I would like to present you the legacy of the Bologna process. Launched in the year 1999, the Bologna process for establishing a European higher education area is a typical example of regional higher education harmonization. While brief and incomplete, the uniqueness of the European case can be summarized as follows. First, Europe's increasing economic and social integration since World War II has laid a very solid foundation for developing multi-dimensional regional integration, including higher education. One of the crucial freedoms the EU citizens can enjoy is the free movement of persons, including workers. They can move to other countries. They can not only for residence, but also for work. It's been enshrined in the 1992 Treaty of the European Union, and which really has tremendous implications for higher education. I think if there are gaps in the economic and the social integration, higher education integration is less likely to be a shared priority. Second, there is a clear division of responsibilities between the European Union and its member states. As we can see from these three categories of competencies: exclusive competencies for the EU, shared competencies between the EU and member states, and also supporting competencies. Education, including higher education, actually in Europe, it's been listed under the supporting competence, which means that the Union can play supporting, coordinating, and supplementing roles in education. Third, supranational, solid EU institutions, including their legislative, executive, and steering bodies, are the institutional guarantee, a commitment for regional integration initiatives to be appropriately planned, developed, consulted, and implemented. Regional higher education integration initiatives in Europe have benefited substantially from these clear roles of the three critical European institutions. More importantly is the fact that the EU has fixed the revenue sources from imports, duties on goods, value-added tax, GNI-based resources, and others, enabling the EU to collect formula-based taxes from its member states. It allows the EU to have financial resources and leverage to facilitate regional integration initiatives and complement national budget. Fourth, the three-cycle-based framework for the qualifications of the European higher education area, supported by the European credit transfer and accumulation system, and the European qualifications framework, constituted the key tool for the regional higher education harmonization in the European region. National alignment at the system level and subject level, like the tuning project in Europe, are critical in ensuring that qualifications obtained from different systems are comparable with one another. Other supporting regional initiatives, such as the Lisbon Convention on the recognition of academic recognition in the European region, regional and cross-regional students mobility scheme, like Erasmus Plus and Erasmus Mundus program, and also the diploma supplement, which is to avoid, to allow diversity with the same template, and also the Annick Center for Information Sharing and Transparency, have all proved to be very practical and beneficial. Third, I would like to talk a bit about the need for a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. For Southeast Asia, the regional integration efforts came much later, with the Philippines, Thailand, and the Zen Federation of Malaya taking the lead to form the Association of South Asia in July 1961. The Association of South Asian Nations, ASEAN, was officially created in August 1967 with the signing of the ASEAN Declaration by the foreign ministers of 5 countries, namely Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and the Philippines. The ASEAN regional integration went well on many fronts. For example, regional trade and security in its very early years, and has become increasingly comprehensive in terms of coverage. However, the most crucial development relevant to higher education is the free movement of skilled labor and services, along with the free movement of goods, investment, and capital, as set out in the 2007 ASEAN Economic Blueprint. ASEAN currently has mutual recognition agreement for 6 sectors: engineering, nursing, architecture, medicine, dentistry, tourism, and another framework agreement for 2 more sectors, surveying and accountancy. With these recognition agreements in place, workers with their qualifications recognized across ASEAN have more opportunities to work outside their home countries. The ASEAN Agreement on the Movement of Nature Persons and the ASEAN Comprehensive Investment Agreement can also facilitate the movement of professionals, from which higher education as a listed service in the WTO's General Agreement on Trade in Services can benefit substantially. UNESCO's approach to promote academic recognition remains more for further studies. It's a bit weak for opening access to the employment opportunities, as the latter is not within the inclusive remit of UNESCO and needs cross-agency efforts. On the other hand, the World Trade Organization's approach is more directed towards employment opportunities, with the movement of nature persons being one of the 4 modalities of delivery under the WTO GATE framework. The ongoing referencing of member states' qualifications framework to the ASEAN qualifications reference framework is a welcome development for ASEAN higher education integration. It could support the implementation of the current and the future MRAs based on the principle of no substantial difference in learning outcomes, which is incorporated in the Tokyo Convention, as well as UNESCO's Global Convention on Academic Recognition. In 2007, the first harmonization efforts was initiated by Senior Right-Head. We have also seen the big milestone in the year 2015, when the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education recognizes the importance of higher education and the ASEAN mobility ASEAN mobility of students and scholars in the development of the ASEAN community. Established also in the year 2015, the EU Share Program facilitated dialogues and capacity building in Southeast Asia higher education. They are just some of the key initiatives that set the foundation for the establishment of a common higher education space in this region. So it's so nice to see that things are coming together favorably for the establishment of an ASEAN higher education space, including the ideology-driven factors as well as reality-driven ones, to ensure that this process is not a luxury, but a necessity for the countries in this region to take joint action. The MIA have yet to expand further in sector coverage, and the degree of effective implementation also differs across the different MIAs. On top of the efforts to increase the transparency and the comparability of qualifications among countries in this region, ASEAN higher education integration is very much needed to support the more ambitious ASEAN integration process, particularly the consolidation of the ASEAN community, which was officially established in the year 2015. Fourthly, I would like to focus on some issues and challenges. Reflecting on the European experiences and the ongoing development in Southeast Asia, the following issues and the challenges might be considered when envisioning and planning for a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. First, ASEAN and its member states need a clear division of responsibilities regarding the integration process. It involves how higher education integration tools are developed, disseminated, and implemented. Here, combining bottom-up and top-down approaches is highly recommended, with process starting from the national situational analysis and the needs assessment, followed by stock-taking exercises within and beyond ASEAN, the development of regional integration tools and the frameworks, and their adaptation and alignment at the national level. Sometimes we skip steps due to financial and time limitation, resulting in a top-down approach and a lack of engagement with the member states. It could end up undermining the collective ownership of integration tools and presenting their active and meaningful implementations at the national level. The second concerns the budget and the funding sources. The ASEAN Secretariat currently has an annual operational budget financed by equal contribution from its member states. We would like more activities and program-based budgets to be provided through broadened funding sources, like the cases with the European Commission, so that all the regional integration initiatives can be supported internally with external partners filling the gap. Third, we would like to emphasizing the centrality of the ASEAN qualification reference framework in developing the learning outcome-based interaction tools and initiatives. Further national alignment is really needed, and I'm so happy to see in the roadmap, you've already included this into the roadmap, especially, we would like to see this being expanding to more sectors. Fourth, government-sponsored scholarship should be expanded for greater mobility of students among countries in the region. The ASEAN version of Erasmus Plus and the Erasmus Mundus programs can be considered by pooling these resources together from the existing scholarship providers, both public and private, It also goes well with the requirement of the SDG 4.B, which calls for more scholarship to be provided for developing countries for quality and inclusive education. In the context of regional integration, the dual purposes of recognition and mobility for further studies and for employment should be integrated rather than continue to be separated. With the expansion of MRAs to cover more sectors, with fewer regulations and barriers at national level, we would like to see more types of study plus employment visa packages to be offered by ASEAN countries in the coming years. Lastly, I will say something about the way forward. I'm happy to see that with the support of the EU share and other development partners, including Female Rights Head, AUN, and UNESCO, the ASEAN Secretariat has just released a roadmap for the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025 and its implementation plan here in Hanoi, with the following 6 areas to be being identified for further actions. First is, of course, raising awareness and support for developing an ASEAN higher education space. Second is also raising awareness and support for implementing regional quality assurance mechanisms. The third is about ASEAN qualification reference framework, national alignment. The fourth is about mobility of faculties, students, and the researchers, and the internship opportunities. And fifth is about mutual recognition agreement to be expanded to more sectors with the use of diploma supplement, digital credit transfer systems. And there's even, I would like to say, the ratification of the Tokyo Convention, because we are still waiting for the first ratification of the Tokyo Convention from the ASEAN countries. We did a lot of promotion activities. And the sixth is the designing and setting the foundation with adequate technical, human, and financial resources to ensure the sustainability of the ASEAN higher education space. Regional higher education harmonization is not only about systems, but also about content, values, and principles. While acknowledging the pivotal importance of these regional initiatives stated above, we would like you to really reconsider the fundamentals of higher education, as agreed at the Third World Higher Education Conference, UNESCO organized in May this year. They are to adopt an inter- and transdisciplinary approach to research and innovation, to educate well-rounded professionals who are also fully fledged, citizens able to address complex issues like climate change, and to act with a sense of social responsibilities, locally and globally. I hope that with the implementation of this roadmap, the ASEAN regional higher education integration process can be inclusive and engaging, align more with the global consensus, and with more technical scholarship and financial resources from both internal and external sources to achieve their shared objectives. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Li Bing. I think it's a really comprehensive keynote covering the broad swathe and history of developments in international education, not only in Europe, but also in ASEAN and the wider context. Speaking of the wider context, we're aware of the Transforming Education Summit taking place, being convened by the UN in September, I believe. Would you be able to maybe expand on where you see ASEAN being represented in this? And I suppose just before you answer, we do have some time, so I'd like to encourage our audience here in the room and also our audience online if they have a question or two for Dr. Lee Bing. But you know, I was just to, I suppose, add to the question. Cher was really pleased to be able to attend the World Higher Education Conference on higher education recently in Barcelona, and the levels of energy and I suppose willingness to look at new approaches to education it was really inspiring. I think we'll see something similar in New York in September. Sir. Apologies. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Darren, for this very good question. I think about transforming higher education summit, which is quite comprehensive, and we already have a very good pre-summit. I think my colleague Wesley was at both meeting, World Higher Education Conference, and also the pre-summit for this transforming education. I think UNESCO is trying to create momentum, right? To mobilize political commitment, especially during the pandemic. You know, we would like to alert the governments that we should not reduce education budget, right? We need to think new ways of transforming education. It's not only about recovery after the pandemic. We should think more innovatively and to see with use of technology and also the way we are organizing, you know, learning, you know. So for higher education, World Higher Education Conference, we will come up with a roadmap which was already submitted before the meeting, and we are now in the process of finalizing, get it finalized. I think we would like to have more inputs from ASEAN and also through EU share, you know, and I would like to take this opportunity to really thank EU share and ASEAN for your support. And when it comes to the transforming higher education summit, I think this is really a way for us, you know, because the level is quite very high. So I think the main purpose is really to push the top politicians, you know, in the country to prioritize education with more resources and innovative ways, you know. So let's see what will happen. Wes, if you have anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Funding is a perennial issue for higher education, and particularly when we're transforming it. Do you see the good potential for increased private sector engagement in funding higher education?
Yeah. I think that's an old topic that's been discussed for a long time. The involvement of the private sector, because as the logic is very clear that in many countries, you know, we cannot rely on public funding for the expansion of higher education, right? So there was a series of cost sharing something, you know, and we have seen the introduction or even of tuition fee in many countries to share the cost of higher education, right? And I think the involvement of private sector in the provision of higher education is really important for access, increasing access and even quality and equity of higher education provision. I think if we can have a look at the origin of the higher universities, even in the UK, it started with the private universities, right? So government funding support to universities is not until the early 20th century, right, in the UK, where they established this university grants committee to channel small amount of money from the government, right? So should be no problem, you know. I think why we worry about the private involvement, maybe the only worry is the quality. And as long as we can have the same quality assurance framework, and also as we can see in the case of Malaysia, I saw the strong qualifications agency, they are observing this, you know, qualification framework and accreditation, you know, which is mandatory, even voluntary based, you know, it's also contribute to. So I don't think we need to worry about the quality of the private sector, you know, private higher education. We need to be positive and really to think of how can we, it's not just mobilize resources.
Right.
Yeah. It's also private management of higher education institutions. Yeah. Many people say it's more efficient. Mm-hmm. So we should allow this kind of entrepreneurial, universities, to be, rather than the traditional, conventional university.
Absolutely, it's not about silos. It's about taking a holistic approach to developments in society at large, and making sure that universities are keeping pace with that change. So we see increased, huge amount of innovation in the private sector that is beneficial to education, and we'll see some of these examples over the next couple of days. I'm afraid this concludes our session. I mean, I think it's too short, to be honest. We could do another hour on this, but luckily we have a panel discussion to follow, and I'm sure our panelists will draw a lot from your keynote, and we'll be able to unpack some more of those ideas in the panel discussion. But I'd like you all to join me in thanking Dr. Li Bing for his excellent keynote and setting off the discussions for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So we will now move to the next panel discussion. If you'll bear with us for a moment for some furniture rearrangement and moving of chairs in a literal sense, not a figurative sense. And I would like to invite our panelists to join us on the stage. Thank you. Session one of the first day of the policy dialogue. This panel focuses on the future of a common higher education space in Southeast Asia, and I'm very pleased to be joined by some familiar faces, some of who you heard from already this morning. So please welcome to the stage Dr. Roger Chow, Assistant Director of the Education, Youth and Sports Division at the ASEAN Secretariat. Mr. Philip Masterson, Officer in Charge of CEMEA RIHED. Ms. Rika Tosa, Acting Director, Education Department, Asia, Europe Foundation. Dr. Choltis Diratiti, Executive Director of the ASEAN University Network. And Ms. Mi Kyung Shin of the Asian Development Bank. Thank you very much. And I've realized already that I've slightly altered the running order, but we'll make that up. So yeah, not to worry. Okay, so really taking a look at what we've heard this morning on the roadmap and the implementation plan and the overall context
of higher education development in the region. We're really pleased to be able to gather representatives of some of the main stakeholders in this conversation across the region, people we have worked with in the SHARE program for a long time and have extensive activities with. So I think what we're looking at is, I suppose, a link, and this was very well noted by Philip, a link between a previous policy dialogue, discussions we had then, and we're taking that forward in the context of the wider transformation agenda for higher education in Southeast Asia. So first to, I suppose, address this, and perhaps appropriately given the launch of the ASEAN roadmap on this morning, I'd like to welcome Dr. Roger Chow. Dr. Chow is Assistant Director, Head of Education at the Education, Youth and Sports Division of the ASEAN Secretariat. And since 2013, he's been engaged in international education development in various organizations, including UNESCO, UNICEF, the European Commission, the DEA, and British Council. Dr. Chow has published and commissioned studies, academic journals, edited volumes on higher education for some time, and yeah, we're really pleased to work very closely with him as a partner. So, Roger, please, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Darren. Good morning again, everyone. I'll make my speech short because there are a lot of excellent speakers here. We just launched the roadmap towards a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. The thing there is, although it says 2025, the only reason why it's 2025 is because we need to prioritize and set measurable actions and make sure that these actions are time-based. Otherwise, we will not accomplish anything. So that's one aspect. When we're talking about the future of a common higher education space in Southeast Asia, three things I wanted to put on the table is that we need to have a governance mechanism which is inclusive, bringing together all the key stakeholders, higher education stakeholders and players in the region, which includes a lot of you here. I'm talking about the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility and the need to further expand the members and particularly the driving forces to incorporate key players such as CMU RIHED, AUN, ASEAN, Asia Europe Foundation, UNESCO, and of course the community of practice and even representatives from higher education institutions. It will take time, but that's a very important thing. Second thing there is we have to look into looking at breaking the silos of all the key results areas we're talking about and which was incorporated in the roadmap. Dr. Wang earlier mentioned about qualifications framework, quality assurance, mutual recognition. A lot of these things are being driven separately. We need to have a constant connection and discussion at least once a year so that each player on each key results area understand what's happening at the other key results area, so we work together moving and ensuring sustainability of a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. Last but not the least, we need to double time promoting internationalization of higher education and intra-ASEAN and even inter-regional mobility of students, faculty, researchers, and professions, including encouraging intra-ASEAN internships. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger. I think that's an interesting premise to start us off. The roadmap, of course, has been
a contribution by most of the major stakeholders in the region on higher education. And we're really grateful for the support of the ASEAN Working Group on higher education mobility as we carry this forward. A member of the ASEAN Working Group on higher education mobility is Simeo Raihead. And we're very pleased to have Mr. Philip Masterson, officer in charge of Simeo Raihead, based in Bangkok. He serves as the head of program officers and senior program officer of the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization Regional Center for Higher Education and Development, to give Simeo Raihead its full title. So we're very pleased to have you here, Philip, at another policy dialogue, and pleased to hear the perspectives from Simeo Raihead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Darren. And thank you, Roger, for the initial contribution. I think when we think about the future of something, the future of the common space, we have to go back to the past and try and understand what happened. And I'd like to pick up on that from something that Li Ping said, the blueprint from 2007. So actually, if we return to 2007, 2008, we could already see the European experience with Bologna, the development of the European higher education area. And, you know, in the region, we saw that happening. But we also saw some underlying needs in the region. We saw, after the blueprint, you know, a process of greater and greater regional integration. And we saw with that there would be needs for greater people-to-people connectivity. There would be needs for intra-regional mobility. And, you know, we saw, Simeo Raihead saw higher education as a driving force for socioeconomic development and the sustainability of the region. And for that reason, actually, you know, it was around that time, 2007, 2008, before I joined Raihead, that Simeo Raihead was consulting with member governments and looking at the possibilities for regional integration in higher education. And this would come together as a framework document on the regional integration of higher education and moving towards a common space in Southeast Asian higher education. And this would be endorsed by the ministers of education in Southeast Asia in 2008. And I think one important thing to note is back then, everything went forward on a voluntary intra-regional basis. But it's through this process, based on the readiness of countries, that we had developments like ACAN, the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network. We had programs like Simeo Raihead's Asian International Mobility for Students program be developed. We saw the development of the ASEAN Citation Index. And these all stem from this initial process for a Southeast Asian higher education common space. And I think we weren't at the stage for reference frameworks for the AQRF yet. First, we had to bring national quality assurance agencies together as a first step. So I think a lot of these first steps were actually, you know, brought forward through this initial common space in Southeast Asian higher education. But if we look at it now and what's happened over the last 2 years, we've had so many difficulties. You know, even our intra-regional mobility programs, like it's been mentioned, they've turned virtual, they've turned hybrid. We have new concerns to think about. So what we've done as Simeo Raihead is we decided to reconvene the officials responsible for higher education in the region from all 11 countries, so the ASEAN 10 member states plus Timor-Leste, to come together and really look at what they've experienced in the last 2 years, what their needs are, what their national priorities are, and then invite the people that began this process by Simeo Raihead in 2008 to join as well. And then look at all the countries together, and then come together and map out different priorities that these countries see. So something very practical we can work on. And I'd like to share those with you here now. The first one is learning for skills, competencies, and credentials. And there's actually 2 tracks that we saw under this. One is very much about relevant quality higher education, the needs for curriculum development, the needs for more university-industry partnership. The other track is really about upskilling, reskilling, and this is where you find the micro-credentials, the digital credentialing. The second area we realized that we need more futuristic leadership. We need more futuristic, transformative mindsets in leadership at all levels in higher education. We need frameworks for assessment of leadership, and we need to, encourage more resiliency and sustainability in higher education. Finally, the third area, we call it regional collective intelligence. And it's because there wasn't only a need to actually share policies of countries during the pandemic, how countries are dealing with, with the pandemic, to learn from each other, but it's much greater. It's to really bring all the knowledge together that we have in the region so that all countries can benefit. And so these are the three main priorities that we looked at and are already working through. So I think you can see easily that these are complementary to the roadmap and to the 2-year implementation plan. And so we look forward to carrying these through. Yeah. Thank you.
Many thanks, Philip. I think it's falls to us to recall the words of Dr. Supachai. Dr. Supachai, one of the architects of regional higher education engagement, regional higher education mobility in Southeast Asia, and also an executive director and center director of Simia Raihead and a former executive director of the AUN. And he, I suppose, recognized the developments in the EU, but recognized that Southeast Asia was considerably different and the context was considerably different. And it's an oft-used quote where he said, the EU is an orchestra, but ASEAN is a jazz band. Now, it doesn't really matter what your musical preference is, but it's really about how the players integrate and how they collaborate with each other. And fundamentally, in ASEAN, it has to be a cooperative process of many players. So I suppose recalling Dr. Supachai's words and his leadership, I think it's good to link or bring in the AUN now, as he was a former executive director, and the current executive director of the ASEAN University Network is Dr. Choltas. Dr. Choltas has been with the AUN since 2019, and the AUN is an intergovernmental organization under the ASEAN Secretariat. Dr. Choltas is also a lecturer in politics at the Faculty of Political Science at Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok. So, Dr. Choltas, please.
Thank you, Darren. Jazz band. Okay. The timing is right for looking from the point of view of the higher education institutions in ASEAN. The timing is right for the launching of this initiative that aim to finish what Simia Raihead and others started in 2008 to harmonize the higher education sector in this region, in ASEAN region. The timing is right because firstly, the universities have been experienced a lot during the pandemic period. And now we are entering the post-pandemic era, whereby right now our universities, most of them, they could execute a blended learning, the use of technology. Many universities, including some of the top universities in Vietnam, already implemented the data analytics system in the management of learning of students. Okay. These are very crucial to move forward. We heard from Dr. Li Bing, we heard from Roger, for example, the importance of having a very clear and transparent data. And fundamentally for universities, it's a data about the learner, how they progress from start to being the alumni, that we can measure how success they are from their life in the university. We cannot measure success just when they just graduated from university. For example, the AUNQA system, we measure the student success when they are alumni, at least 3 or 4 years working in the industry. That's how we measure the success of the study program. Okay, with that, data analytics is the key. So that's the first reason why I said the timing is right. Secondly, under the World University Ranking Games that universities and even government subscribe to, now we realize the importance of international cooperation. We realize the importance of how to accelerate our quality enhancement and standardization within the university. And for many people, I'm not talking about just 1 or 2 rankings that are operating. I'm talking about a varieties of university ranking and ratings that have been operating and in this region. Not only about the commercial rankings, the top in the world ranking, but we also have green metrics, which measure something related to sustainability issues. In Vietnam, we have UPM, which is a hybrid between ranking and rating that can facilitate the cooperation among the university across the region, the Southeast Asian region. We also have a healthy university rating operated by the AUN. That's another kind of rating scale. In Korea, we also, and working together with the AUN, we also have WURI, WURI ranking, which measure the application of university research in the real world. So when I talk about ranking, it's not only about a few commercial ranking that are there, but there are varieties of rankings. Of course, ranking is about competition, but that's the name of the game. We need to know where we are so that we can improve. So all these factors combined, universities are ready to join in this shared vision presented by the launch of this roadmap. And the question mark on everybody's face, I'm looking at everybody right now, is it's about action, how to do it. Roger also emphasized that we need the measurable actions, and we need first of all to measure it by 2025. Governments also want to see improvement in the universities within their own countries. So it's about action. For the AUN, I cannot do everything here. I can only focus on the quality enhancement and standardization. Our work will focus on the capacity building of the all those personnel who are working in the universities mainly, and in the, for example, in the Center for Education Accreditation. In Vietnam, there are 7 centers, such a center here. We also work with the Ministry of Education in Brunei to do the same thing. I think the name of the game for me right now is to increase the capacity of those personnel or people who are working in the quality assurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Choltas. I think if we took some of the views of the room and the wider community on rankings, we'd find it's certainly a contentious issue. But you make a very good point that not all rankings are commercial, not all rankings are grounded in competitiveness, and a lot of them can be developmental. I think in Europe, the experience of U multi-rank, which looks much more closely at the context of higher education institutions, that's really changed the name of the game in some ways. To your point on competition, I would say yes, it is, but it is the name of the game. But for some institutions, but increasingly it's collaboration and working with groups of institutions, consortia, and we have that experience in Europe as well, and we're seeing it in Southeast Asia also. Speaking of Europe, and I suppose looking at a wider context, I'd like to bring in Ms. Rika Tosa, Acting Director of the Education Department of the Asia-Europe Foundation. Rika is from Hungary, joined ASEF Education in 2017, and she leads ASEF's education policy program, which includes the ASEF Regional Conference on Higher Education, or ARC. So I think you've just embarked on ARC 9, the ASEF Higher Education Innovation Laboratories, and ASEF's capacity building training for higher education professionals. And we were really pleased to partner with you late last year on one such capacity building on inclusion in internationalization. Rika, please, over to you on the ASEF view on the future.
Thank you so much, Darren. I would like to start by applauding the launch of this roadmap that paves the way toward a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. Really feels like a historic moment being here today and witness this. I envision this space in the future as a close-knit network of all stakeholders in the region, where there is enough trust and cohesion that information and knowledge can flow freely. And by connecting communities, this space will create a lot of creativity and innovation in the future. This space should be embedded into the region, into the bigger regional networks, global networks of higher education as well. And we as an Asia-Europe Foundation will be very happy to work with the stakeholders to facilitate more connections within the region and towards Europe as well. So as Dr. Liebing said, it's very important to build systems and structures to create this common space. However, I would like to share 3 points with you why I think it's also equally important to build people-to-people connections in this community. At ASEF, our core mission is basically to build these kind of people-to-people connections networks. Many of you might know that we work across 51 different countries, covering most European countries from Ireland down to Bulgaria, and then through Kazakhstan, South Asia, entire Southeast Asia, to New Zealand, Japan. We have also 2 institutional members, the European Union and the ASEAN as such. So in our higher education programs, we work with 3 groups of stakeholders: student leaders from these 51 countries, higher education managers, and policymakers. So you can imagine the diversity in our networks that we cover, but we believe by bringing people together with peers, we create new kind of knowledge, new ideas, and luckily 90% of our participants of our projects also confirm that they have learned something new that they will try to apply at home after the project. So that's why our motto is also that diversity creates. It creates new ideas, it creates creativity, and it creates cooperation. So that's why I would like to share today 3 points with you from our learnings, how to create networks, people-to-people networks, and how we see this common higher education space in Southeast Asia could also benefit from. So the first point is finding the connectors, those people in the communities who are members of different networks. We refer to young students, young leaders as such connectors because they have many relationships with the local students, with professors, and they are very much embedded into the civil society through their different volunteering activities or leadership roles that they take up. We also consider university managers as such connectors because they are in the network with the students on a daily basis, but they also have very important connections to networks of businesses, industry, and international partners. So at ASEF, we bring these people together, build an environment where they can trust each other and share their ideas with each other, and then keep in touch and cooperate. 4 participants out of 10 in our network confirmed that they did actually kick off some kind of cooperation on the ground after 2, 4, or 6 years. So that sends us a message that this kind of approach, finding the connectors, connect them, then they go back to their own environment and spread the ideas actually works. So that's why the first idea for this common higher education space in Southeast Asia is to find these people and find ways, find structures to allow them to participate in the creation of this vision and also to spread the ideas of the vision in their own communities. The second point relates to the density of the networks. So one thing is to expand the network through these connectors, and the other thing is to shorten the pathways, to make connectors easier to find each other. So how do we do that? Let me refer to a theory by Milgram, which is called the 6 degrees of separation. So he did an experiment in the 70s and came up with the theory that actually you can be connected any random person in the world through 6 different connections. For example, I personally don't know the King of Norway, but according to this theory, I must have a friend who has a friend whose uncle has a colleague who actually knows the King of Norway. So through 6 connections, I could be connected to him. So I wish that the common higher education space becomes an entity which can be connected to anyone in the higher education space in the Americas, in Africa, wherever the world. But within this space, we need to reduce the rule of 6. The good news is that digitalization can definitely help with that because Facebook retested this theory of 6 degrees of connections in 2016, and they found that in the Facebook community, you can be connected to any other member through 3.5 connections only. So digital platforms work in shortening the pathways between people. So I was very happy to see in this roadmap that collaborative online intercultural learning, COIL, will be an integral element of it, which is a perfect way of shorten connections between people and bring them together, even if we don't have the chance to do it physically. Good news, it works online as well. And I also see great potential in the community of practice platform that SHARE has set up that brings these practitioners, the connectors together. And I envision this working in the future as the social media of this common higher education space. If you have a challenge or if you need a recommendation, you just put out a message there and there must be a friend of a friend who had the same problem or was looking for the same recommendation and can help out. And it brings me to the third point, still related to people connections and networks, the importance of inclusion for impact. So at the Asia Europe Foundation, I already shared the degree of diversity of the people we work with, which is a great asset. I think you have the same very valuable diversity here in the region in Southeast Asia. But our learning is that it only works, it's only an asset if you can manage it. you remember our motto is diversity creates, but among colleagues, we have this internal joke that if we don't manage diversity, the only thing it creates is confusion. Because we are so different in terms of intercultural background, in terms of age groups, we come from very different perspectives. So it really just works out if we manage it right and we can get a shared understanding. Sometimes even just a shared understanding of definitions is a challenge. So I wish that in the future, the common higher education space in Southeast Asia finds a good way of managing this wonderful diversity you have here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rika. I think it's very interesting data on people-to-people connections. I think we have seen that the digital realm has expanded our connections, but I think we all feel that in-person meetings strengthen our connections. So it's certainly a balance that we're trying to strive for. But a very strong point as well on how we manage that. And how we manage those groups, those links. We'll hear more about the community of practice tomorrow and the opportunities we have in the region to strengthen networks of practitioners, students, and all those who wish to be involved in the higher education conversation in the region. I know that one organization that's looking very closely at this is the Asian Development Bank. We're really pleased to welcome Ms. Mi-Kyung Shin, who's Shin, my apologies, not Shin, is an education specialist at the Education Sector Group, Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department at the Asian Development Bank. So it's a broad brief that Mi-Kyung has. She specializes in secondary education policies, K-12 assessment, early childcare education, and before she joined the ADB, she worked for the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea, where Mi-Kyung is originally from. So over to you, Mi-Kyung, and welcome.
Thank you, Darin. Thank you for a kind introduction. Yes, I'm really honored to be invited to this important event. And first of all, I really appreciate Share Program's initiative about higher education development. At these days, we use educated, most important topic was learning poverty and then learning loss issues. But we still need to take care of our university student education. So Share Program really initiate this movement. So I really appreciate that. And in addition, Asian Development Bank had some research about during pandemic how students can continue their study, and then unexpectedly and fortunately, we found that most of the students continue their study, even though it is not totally satisfactory, but more than 90% students can continue their study through online. So I really appreciate our students and our educators, higher education educators, to their enthusiasm for education. And fortunately, the students are satisfied with the interaction with the professors, and it becomes more interaction between the teachers and professors, and students become more frequent. So through the digital transformation, we can have another chances to improve our education, higher education quality.
I see you have some slides on this.
Yes, I want to slide, yeah.
Yes, there we go. We had a missing piece here. Thank you very much.
14? Okay, yes, I mean, the topic is common higher education in Southeast Asia. And the higher education enrollment is increased dramatically. In 1970, it was only 3% in Asia, but in 2018, it is 34. So it is increasing dramatically, and it is because the secondary education enrollment is increasing. So most of the countries, the secondary education enrollment is almost 80%. So it leads the higher education's demand increase, and then the economic development influence the student and people's people's study enthusiasm in higher education. So and at this time, we are thinking about how higher education needs to adopt this people's demand and then the technology and social demand. So higher education developed from elite, mass, and universal higher education. If we borrow the Martin Crowe's theory, so he mentioned that until 15 to 50 and above the 50. So almost most of the countries, Asian countries, higher education enrollment about 15 to 50. So we are in the mass higher education stage. And then he proposed that according to the pace, we need to change our strategy about the higher education. And he said that it requires changes the function and then attitude toward the access. So in this stage, we expect that every student who are eligible can receive the higher education. So our government and educators need to that kind of system. Every student, regardless of their social or economic background, if they try best, they can get the chance to study in higher education. So to do that, we think that transparent university admission and sound accountability and financial support for student system is needed to, as well as improve the quality of higher education. ADB are planning to the guideline in every sector. So we are thinking the higher education development as a strategy and guideline, and government's education sector are compete with the other sector to get the budget. As we all agree, to develop improve the quality of higher education, we need budget. We need budget and we need expertise. Especially, definitely, we need the budget. So to get the budget in education area, and we educators are research and collaborate together. And among the education budget, we need to let policymakers pay attention to the higher education also. So to let government invest the higher education, we need to our system more equitable and efficient and then adaptable. So we are thinking about the six strategy, and the first one is equity. And university should be some university are very important organization for the economic development. So it is an engine for our economic development, but also it should be the social representative institute for social equity. So, and a transparent entrance admission is necessary to which necessary, and some countries are thinking the unified national entrance system to more using that to give more equitable chances to entrance. And some evidence said that if they're unified national exam, if they have the sound national entrance exam, it is more various group of students can enter instead of just university-based entrance system. And the second one is the employability. And we need to we better focusing on student employment after the graduation, and to make parents and students let them think, oh, I want to study in higher education. Then we need the evidence after the graduation. We can give more hope or more possibility to get a good job and a better job. So the employability issue we can think about more seriously, and to do that we need that student quota. That every university has a student quota as a high political science or humanity and technical. So there are very traditional department, but some universities change it to adapt to the new technology and the new social demand. But not all the universities are resilient, adapt to that systems. So as we know, it's really difficult to reorganize, reconstructing the department in higher education. But for students, improve the quality of education and let them get a job more easily. University needs, we work together to adapt to the social change. And then interdisciplinary department is really focused these days in social, this green skill and digital skill. More various departments need to work together to students be prepared to go to the society with this technology, with this study. And efficiency issue is that the government need a strategy for higher education. We don't need all the university needs to be research university, but every country needs a research university and education centered university and Tibet-oriented university. So, according to the country's situation, we can think about what is the efficient and effective higher education system and then the other one is the affordability and accessibility, that the same category. So we are in the mass education system, so with better and then in case of in Asian background, we have very high portion of private university portion. It's more than 80, or some countries 70. So in case of that, government need more attention if it is affordable for every student, or it is accessible for even though the low income family students. So we can add, we can supplement about how to support the low income students to continue their study. And then the last one is adaptability. So as I mentioned first, we had really we did a very good job on the pandemic, I think, and through the technology development, many other areas and the finance and economic areas are adapt to use the technology more very actively. So we need education sector. We needed to do that, and then higher education educators can be the lead to lead using the transformation, using this technology in education sector, not only higher education but also K-12, and make the voice to government pay attention and invest more in education. So I think I used my time, and it is just to share I want to share the South Korean cases. Even 20 years ago, their purpose is they wanted to one university within 100 ranking. Dr. said about the ranking, but ranking is not that enough. Not that important, but sometimes it make people work and move. So. But right now they have within 106 university, the 207 and the 313 17 university, and they are doing very good job. And then they have still high private university rate. So, but with the investment from government private university, and then requiring the accountability system, and then provided the scholarship and the low income contingency loan system. So they are achieving the highest enrollment rate in the world, and then the improve the quality and improve the internet industry cooperation atmosphere. So in higher education, we cannot the governments need to think about their budget plan, but higher education needs not to be need to be pay attention to. It is the last stage of students, so we have to collaborate, and then ADB are ready to really focusing on the networking with the advanced universities and then other leading universities. So we are trying to our best, our efforts, the knowledge sharing, knowledge sharing, and then investment, the real investment in the higher education. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mi Kyung. I think, yes, we need as much knowledge sharing as possible, but we also need investment. I think financing is still a big issue. I would like to move to the discussion part, but I think our inputs in this session wouldn't be complete if we didn't hear from some students on their views on the future of the higher education space in Southeast Asia. So at this point, I would like to call to the stage participants of Share Scholarship, pre-pandemic in physical mobility, but also in the new iteration of collaborative online international learning and virtual exchange. So please welcome to the stage our students who are really the best ambassadors for Share's work across the region in the last 7 years. A round of applause, please. So please keep your questions coming for the panel, but we're very pleased to hear the thoughts of our students and our alumni on what they see as the future of a higher education space, or a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. Please.
Thank you, sir. As for myself, I think, as our Khoi exchange program, I myself, as a local country, I can make network with international students like Kevin. It happened to us that we are the same classmate in Khoi and also in a work group case study. So in this stage, we meet each other that we can make network. So if personally, I think if the Khoi program can mix of a nationalist like Kian and Minh from Vietnam students, so that at the same time I can learn virtually with them. And on the other hand, I hope Share can bring back the physical mobility so that I can travel to learn in other countries in the region. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Physical mobility still very much in demand.
Yes, sir.
Not replaced by digital means, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honors, panelists. My name is Kevin, and I'm from IPB University in Indonesia. The things that I would like to mention about the future of higher education concludes of 3 points that I would like to discuss. That it's digitalization, collaboration, and accessibility. One of which has been mentioned previously by all the panelists. The first one, regarding the pandemic, it has realized us that education is not limited beyond borders. And the presence of virtual learning, both synchronous and asynchronous classes, allows us to learn regardless of our places with fellow peers from all across the world. And this can also serve as an opportunity for experts from universities to collaborate and produce the best courses that students can find, and also students can tailor their interest with the courses provided and choose the methods, be it physical or virtual ones. And this will also in return be accessible for many people. Thus, we can also shift our focus towards building the infrastructure for education, and also one of the things that I would like to mention as well is regarding the universal application and credit transfer system. Therefore, it can also shorten the bureaucracy and make sure that the education that's being provided can be transferred to anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Kian from Vietnam National University. I want to share about my thought about the vision of the future education of the ASEAN is like, as I know, the phase 2 is about to end soon, and yeah, we are moving on to the phase 3 of this project. And what a pity that this period we do not have a lot of chance to participating in the physical direct exchange program between countries. And yeah, a lot of VU courses, like online course for students were organized instead of this physics exchange. And I hope that in this next period, we can have like more and more opportunity to join the direct physical exchange in many countries, like for to increase the mutual interaction between students in the Southeast Asian region, and also better our knowledge about countries in this region. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ming. I'm the alumni of SHARE in Physical Mobility in 2017. So I have been working at Vietnam National University after that, and I've been working for 3 to 4 years. And I do believe that SHARE experience was wonderful, and I also agree with Kian that we should have like the third phase of the program in the future, because that would benefit both the higher education streamlining, also the process of integration in ASEAN. And as myself, I'm the chairperson of the Vietnam Alumni Network for SHARE programs. So we would be really happy if there would be more support, and then would be like some sort of sustainability project for the alumni networks, because for the past 5 years or something, I have been to many policy dialogues and programs like this, and I'm so grateful for the support from the donors. But at the same time, we have developed such strong bonds together, and I think that is a demonstration of people-to-people connectivity in ASEAN. And so I also really love SHARE program by the fact that we are all have substantive relationship. I know the officers here in person. I know the people in ASEAN Secretariat. I think that's meaningful, and that's what I'm going to bring along in my life. And also, I hope that like people in the future after me could also have this opportunity, and we could continue a SHARE program as well as the the accompanying activities and conferences. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, Min, can I just confirm that those are your own views and I haven't given you a script?
No, absolutely not. Yes, I'm just lucky to be an English teacher as well, so I guess that helps.
Absolutely, no, but for all of the nice things you were saying about SHARE, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for our students. Excellent job. It'd be nice if we could get some pictures of our students on the stage, perhaps. Yes, yeah. And I suppose I'm now asking you also, the audience in the room and also online, to give us your questions and comments. We have some time remaining. Okay. Thank you again. Yes, I sprung that on our alumni and current participants this morning, but it seems that they rolled with it very well. At this point, I suppose we have quite an audience here. I'd like to ask if there are any questions from the floor before I go to some of the questions online. Questions for our panelists, please. I see Mr. Andy Gibbs at the back has a question. Can we get a microphone, please, to... Please, Annie.
Yes, thank you for your wonderful presentations from the panel, and congratulations on the roadmap and the agreements that you've made together. And can I also thank Dr. Li Bing for his keynote presentation and his mention of the Bologna process and free movement. I come from the UK. Free movement is a dream that we have in the United Kingdom now that we've left the European Union. I'd like to ask the panel, how can they persuade people outside of the education sector the benefits of your vision? How can you persuade the member states that education has a direct benefit for them? How can you highlight the economic benefits of higher education development and convince people that mobility and internationalization aren't just aims in themselves, but they have consequences for every individual in every society, whether or not they attend higher education institutions, and it affects everyone's employment prospects. So really, I think I'm asking you, how are you going to look outside of your little bubble and persuade everyone else? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. I think it's a really valid question. We talk amongst ourselves as a higher education community, but we also need to be convincing many others. So I suppose, Roger, you've grabbed the mic. You have an answer?
Well, first and foremost, education per se has implications across all sectors. And this has been written and highlighted in terms of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So it's not just a bubble. When we're talking of higher education, the implications of higher education to socioeconomic development at national, regional, and even global levels is significant. I'm not saying it's the only factor that contributes, but it does contribute in terms of skills, capacity, that makes them employable. But also the values, the changes of use, in particular that they acquire through inter-regional or even with intra-regional and inter-regional mobility, which opens their minds and views of the world. So it's something most internationally mobile students, professionals, or even interns, even people who travel, who immerse themselves in local culture, gets with them. Sometimes it's not measurable, but the value of these immersions and understanding across cultures feeds back to society, be it at the local level, national, regional, or global. So that's one aspect. I shouldn't talk too much. Okay, so
thanks. Yeah, possibly the other panelists have a view on this from their own context. I know Asia Europe Foundation, you don't only deal with education, you're a multi-sectoral organization. Do you find that it's easy to reach the other parts of society with the message?
Yeah, we do connect people through different thematic areas such as culture, economic cooperation, human rights. So we always try to find the hotspots which are of interest of both regions. But it's a very tricky question, Andy, because education, higher education is a long-term investment, and the only way to show the returns requires time, which decision makers most of the time don't have the patience to wait for. So yeah.
Yeah, I think we take for granted higher education's place in society at times, though, and we assume maybe that everyone understands the value of a higher education, or as Andy has pointed out, international mobility and freedom of movement. We've seen recently that assuming people's value on that is not enough. And we really need to take the opportunity to educate people. I think we have some other questions, but I am conscious of time, and we have a big room here that they are looking for their lunch. I see possibly a question over here. Yes, please. Yeah. You can, but if you'd just like to go to the microphone. And then I'd like to ask our panelists for some closing words on the opportunities from the roadmap that they really wish to take forward, but the challenges they see in implementation. So just some closing words on that. But we have a question here from, please.
Good morning, everyone. I hope that is still morning. Yes. So I'm Hằng Lê. Currently, I'm serving as a vice boss of Duy Tân University in Da Nang, Vietnam, DTU. And I'm also representing the passage to ASEAN P2A, a network of ASEAN universities and colleges. Talking about the future of higher education, I have a question. With digital transformation, learners can learn anywhere, anytime, at a much faster pace. More importantly, recently, the application of AI, artificial intelligence, and other digital tools can provide personalized learnings and personalized assessment, which I believe will change the format of a traditional class organization. Do you think, so I have a question for the panel. Do you think it is necessary to take 4 years to complete a university degree, like for a traditional one? Do we need a more flexible educational system? And overall, how can we higher education institutions in Southeast Asia can adapt from a traditional 4-year format to adapt to a more flexible education system? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Cher had a seminar last week in Thailand on micro-credentials, and increasingly micro-credentials, lifelong learning, bite-sized education, smaller units is part of the discussion. Is this going to disrupt the 4-year degree or the traditional higher education system? I think it's something that I'm sure Simeo Raihead and AUN have a view on.
Thank you for your question. And the question somehow linked up with Andy's question earlier. For me, it is more complicated than what we see at the surface. It makes me think about we have 5 minutes manager or this book. You read this book, you can do something in 24 hours. But we don't see the book like 5 minutes surgeon. So I think the personalized learning can facilitate the learners in certain subjects matter, but may not be all. Subject matters that need a hands-on experience, a practical in-person interaction may be still important. So I don't see it in a binary mode of thinking that one thing can replace another thing, but it may be a spectrum of how we utilize a personalized learning. AUN also have a thematic network on technology-enhanced personalized learning hosted by Singapore Management University. The majority of universities under the AUN still insist on the blended mode of learning. It's not one way or the other. We also collaborate with the Korean Cyber University in Korea under the ASEAN Korea Cyber University project. That also facilitate this kind of personalized learning that some subject can be the main, some subject can supplement the needs of the workforce, particularly those who are in the company, who need time to upskill something or reskill something for themselves. Finally, on the question of the flexible or less than 4 years degree or study, there's also a dilemma underlying this kind of thinking. The dilemma is that it depends on the perspective. This comes to the point that how we can persuade people outside the university sector that we are doing what really a high impact movement here. The dilemma is that sometimes the employer still value the university full degree. And there's nothing wrong with us, with the university. It's from the employer's perspective that they still value the full degree, not the stackable stuff that pile up.
Sure.
So
yeah.
that's
the university isn't going away anytime soon on the 4-year degree is unlikely.
That's the dilemma that we may face. Thank you.
As you say, it's not a binary question or it's not a binary answer. It's not an either or, but it's an and. Like any of the new innovations we see in higher education, it's how we capitalize and integrate them in the current context. So I'd like to go back to that question, I suppose, a closing statement. I apologize to our audience in the room for delaying your lunch, but I do think it's important to have a final word from all of our panelists. Having looked at the presentation of the roadmap and the overall context, what do you see as the opportunities to be taken forward and the challenges to be overcome? Roger, very quickly on this, and
well, opportunities to actually get into consensus on how we define, envision, and move forward, and who's going to take care of key results areas and collaborate. That's very much the opportunity. Challenges, sustainability of the initiative. First, we have to look at who's going to fund it and who's going to lead it. Is this initiative going to die down? Or is it going to continue building momentum and strengthening collaboration and initiatives, trickling the regional initiatives across regions and basically going back to the learners, including higher education stakeholders within the region?
Thanks, Roger. Philip?
Okay, I'll try and be quick because lunch is coming up.
You're hungry.
I think the opportunity, like I said before, I think the chance to all sit together and come up with a shared common understanding and a shared vision. I think if we can achieve that, then even what one organization does, it might not explicitly be stated in the roadmap, but it is contributing to the common space if we can achieve that. And it's true about sustainability. Let's see how common we can make the space.
Great. Rika, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I think opportunities and challenges come together in my 3 points. So first thing is how you really take this momentum and create attraction for the vision and create people-to-people connections, create a region which is embedded into the global higher education space, and create people-to-people connections and in a more closer way, bring people closer together who are able to make a change and do it in an inclusive way.
On top of the wonderful work done by the SHARE project that could bring multiple stakeholders together. On top of this, my final point is a tripartite collaboration between industry, government, and the university center around how to get the money and more money.
Show me the money. Kyung, please.
Okay. Yes, challenges and opportunities. Actually, the 4 years university students is not that long. But if we think of our whole life, 20 years work for 30 years work, but it is really important. It influences our life very much. So. University education, higher education, the value of higher education can continue, I think. And then we should try our best to influence them to become our society's leaders. And even though, but we have to adjust that in many countries trying to shorten the study of higher education 3 years on the working experience in industry together. So we need to adapt, but we are trying our best. Our young leaders can get the privilege to work with the high scholars and the intellectuals. And then opportunities in the Asian regions we have highest young population, and we have to collaborate for the improve the quality of higher education in Asian region. Then we can, if we use our other countries' expertise and trial errors, and then we can find more efficient way to have to work together. So that's why we need this kind of network and the sharing. So I hope our collaboration between universities and then between countries can continue and develop together.
Thank you very much, Mi Kyung, and a round of applause for our panelists, please. I am now not going to be a barrier any longer between the assembled room and lunch, but I would encourage you to join us in the next sessions after this short interval, and we look forward to hearing much more about digital transformation in higher education in the afternoon. So thank you all for attending. Thank you for your questions and your engagement. A round of applause for our students as well, please.
Thank you, Darren, and the panelists for an engaging discussions. And as Darren said, that is bring to the close of this morning sections. And I would like to inform you that lunch is being served at the En Patio restaurant downstairs. And please be back to the main room at 1:30 p.m. And we will be hearing more about the digital transformation and the future of the higher education in Southeast Asia. So wishing you a good lunch and continue your conversation. Thank you.
Thanks all.
Strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship program in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
Higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's very interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive and it allows us to discuss various issues, especially the most prominent one, which is the sustainable development of the region. So this platform is very important and it's very timely because we are facing with multiple challenges, including the COVID-19, plus the climate change, the social inequalities, the economic crisis. So I think it's very important we come together for that.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together a variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
We want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
Thing that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess SHARE not only give us scholarship, but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really, really precious opportunity.
exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
For me, Share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that Share somehow right, contributes to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility Program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian, and American friends from different states, villages, and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
The SHARE program is an efficient mechanism for strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship program in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
Higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's very interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive and it allows us to discuss various issues, especially the most prominent one, which is the sustainable development of the region. So this platform is very important and it's very timely because we are facing with multiple challenges, including the COVID-19, plus the climate change, the social inequalities, the economic crisis. So I think it's very important we come together for that.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
We want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
Thing that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really precious opportunity.
My exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
For me, Share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that share somehow, right, contributes our to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian and American friends from different states, villages and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
The CHAIR program is an efficient mechanism for strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship program in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
Higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's very interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive and it allows us to discuss various issues, especially the most prominent one, which is the sustainable development of the region. So this platform is very important and it's very timely because we are facing with multiple challenges, including the COVID-19, plus the climate change, the social inequalities, the economic crisis. So I think it's very important we come together for that.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
Thing that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really precious opportunity.
My exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
For me, Share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that Share somehow contributes to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian, and American friends from different states, villages, and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture. which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
The CHAIR program is an efficient mechanism for strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship program in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
Higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's very interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive and it allows us to discuss various issues, especially the most prominent one, which is the sustainable development of the region. So this platform is very important and it's very timely because we are facing with multiple challenges, including the COVID-19, plus the climate change, the social inequalities, the economic crisis. So I think it's very important we come together for that.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
We want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
thing that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really really precious opportunity.
My exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
For me, Share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that share somehow, right, contributes our to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian, and American friends from different states, villages, and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
The CHAIR program is an efficient mechanism for strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship program in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
Higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's very interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive and it allows us to discuss various issues, especially the most prominent one, which is the sustainable development of the region. So this platform is very important and it's very timely because we are facing with multiple challenges, including the COVID-19, plus the climate change, the social inequalities, the economic crisis. So I think it's very important we come together for that.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
We want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
Thing that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really precious opportunity.
My exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
For me, share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that share somehow, right, contributes our to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian, and American friends from different states, villages, and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
The CHAIR program is an efficient mechanism for strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship program in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
Higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's really interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive, and it allows us to discuss various issues, especially the most prominent one, which is the sustainable development of the region. So this platform is very important and it's very timely because we are facing with multiple challenges, including the COVID-19, plus the climate change, the social inequalities, the economic crisis. So I think it's very important we come together for that.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
We want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
Thing that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really precious opportunity.
My exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
For me, Share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that Share somehow contributes to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian, and American friends from different states, villages, and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
The CHAIR program is an efficient mechanism for strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship program in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
Higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's very interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive and it allows us to discuss various issues, especially the most prominent one, which is the sustainable development of the region. So this platform is very important and it's very timely because we are facing with multiple challenges, including the COVID-19, plus the climate change, the social inequalities, the economic crisis. So I think it's very important we come together for that.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together a variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
We want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
Thing that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really precious opportunity.
My exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
For me, Share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that Share somehow contributes to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian, and American friends from different states, villages, and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company, with a diverse employee and a work environment.
Thank you to Darren for asking me to talk about digital transformation and the future of higher education in Southeast Asia. As Wes mentioned, I have had the privilege of working in several countries on this area. So the first question is, why digital transformation in higher education? And the reason is partly because of the fast-moving developments in technology in the space of the fourth industrial revolution, which is capturing the imagination of most people in the world, not only capturing the imagination of education, but most other sectors. In fact, this is now the main theme, one of the main themes of both the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank, digital transformation. And the World Economic Forum actually mentioned that in the next 2 years, there will be dramatic increases in demand for such kinds of skills in the areas of data science, artificial intelligence, and many others. And the challenge, therefore, for us in the education sector is to understand how the very slow model of current educational provision is going to be solved. It is very slow today. And for example, to identify technical skills that are emerging, and it takes 2 to 3 years before this could be even be approved by the curriculum, and another 2 to 4 years before you master the curriculum, and several years to attain mastery of it. So can you imagine? And it takes only the half-life of new technical skills is only 2 years now, versus in the past 10 years, it could be about 7 or 8 years. So the most important question then, in the world of online education, is that geography will become history. Competition will be global. Each university will have to prove the reason why a student will come to them. Many schools in the US are now closing because of that. And therefore, the question is, how can we offer a better employability as compared to other institutions? Now, this is now a big question of what do we really mean by the difference between a traditional model and a digital age model. The first difference is the fact that it's personalized, right? It's a personalized learning, and the advancement to the next lesson is based on competency. It's based on mastery and competency, not by time in the classroom. And learning is anywhere, anytime, and it has been proven by the pandemic that it is in fact possible. It is student-centered, and content is digitized, and assessments are integrated into the learning, as opposed to the summative methodologies of assessment before. Now it's in the formative stage. Each week there is an assessment because you're doing it online asynchronously. So first, we need to understand what is digital transformation. There are several stages of this. The first stage being to actually digitize stuff. What it means is that you can put a physical book into an e-book, right? Digitization. Digitalization is when you automate things. For example, digitalize the acceptance of students in the universities. And the last part of this stage is the transformation itself, when you do a deep change in the culture and the training and the people to be in place. Now, digital transformation has occurred in many universities in the world already, and this is an assessment of the Boston Consortium Group, which says that when you do blended online, you increase the number of students per class. What it means is that given the same resource requirements for a teacher, a school, etc., you can have more students. So increase in the number of students per class in itself is a cost-effective way of delivering education. And it has, in fact, reduced the per unit cost in these schools that were analyzed by the Boston Consortium Group not too long ago. So moving to digital transformation has been studied and occurred in the European Union. And you will see that and many people have seen this frameworks already, and I think many of you have been studying this. The first framework has something to do with the digital skills of citizens. In Europe, they are now looking into digital skills from K to 12 and up to the university level. And in fact, some of these have been applied by UNESCO as a tool to generate the data for monitoring the improvement in digital skills of the population. At the same time, the other important element in learning are the teachers. So the European Union also developed a framework for competence of teachers. What do they need to learn? How do they deliver online education and so on? But the third is also a framework for how universities will be digitally competent. And the World Bank also has been trying it through the International Finance Corporation, IFC, some reference framework for digital transformation of universities, applying it mostly in some countries in Latin America. And that is a transformation program by the IFC. In fact, what is digital transformation? And we need to view it from the perspective also of the learner, mostly of the learner, in order to understand how transformation can occur. It begins, actually, the transformation begins at the admission stage. You know, some universities, they still use paper methods, you know, the analog methods of enrollment. Many universities are now using online enrollment systems. At the school stage, the use of learning management systems, enrolling in academic advice online, and so on, guidance of career of students begin even in the second or third year of the university life. And then, of course, learning. Now, during pandemic, it has been proven that online learning is feasible. But at the next stage, many of the writers, many of the commentators are saying it's going to be blended. And of course, many things we take for granted that once the student graduates from the university, they can find a job, which is not the case. And so there is a need for career guidance, which needs to be digitized in many ways. And so this is the other side of the journey, which is the teachers themselves. And collecting all of those frameworks from the European Union and from World Bank and other frameworks, there seems to be 8 major drivers for transformation, and I have listed them there. Leadership in the university, the pedagogy, the content, assessment, faculty development, of course, the internet infrastructure, and collaboration and networking, but focused on the learning success and transitions to work of our students. So we tried to apply the framework in India and the Philippines, and some colleagues applied it in Tunisia, some applied it in Latin America, and these are some of the important indicators that would drive digital transformation. I will not discuss this, but the roadmap is clear. Once you have these indicators on hand, you can describe whether they are still in the level 1, which is just starting at the initial stage, whether they're just reactive and proactive, and number 5, whether they're trying to optimize towards a digitally transformed institution or learning system in higher education. Number 5 there could be called also as the North Star of transformation, and some universities today in the world are in that stage. For example, Arizona State University and some universities in the US and in Europe. So it seems that the post-pandemic solutions are not only in terms of 2 things, not only in terms of 2 methodologies. We mentioned in-person, face-to-face solutions, blended learning solutions, which is meaning part in person and part face-to-face. And the third one, which I will not discuss in detail, is the metaverse, or the use of augmented reality, AR, virtual reality equipment. As you know, this is going to be the biggest area that technology will affect in the next 3 to 5 years. In fact, it is affecting now. in the United States in training, for example, by Walmart, which employs 1.2 million people. They used to onboard staff in terms of using about 8 hours of time to onboard a worker with virtual reality and using the metaverse. They can do it in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. So from 8 hours to 15 minutes. So it's faster, less cost, and more effective. Now, I'll go to 4 key lessons from the recent experience in some of the countries that has gone transformation on higher education. And these are learnings that probably will be useful as we go to the next stage of share moving forward. The first one is the digital credential. What it means is that, okay, you recognize a course from another university into your university, and recognition can be done in many ways. One way is, of course, just a formal letter that you took this course and you're given this credit, and the credit is transferred. The other way is to record them in a digital credential, which over time from graduation to work can be stacked together and forming what? A learning and employment wallet, digitized. Why is this important? It is important because it will enable the learner just to present the wallet, the learning wallet, to the employer, and therefore be recognized quickly and seamlessly. Why will the employer accept it? Because in many cases it could be recognized and notarized using blockchain. Which the Indonesia program has done in the past 2 years. And Professor Paulina here will probably be talking about this in the next level. So it's basically recognizing what the digital credential recognizes, what the credential is, and what is the claim, and who is issuing within the system. So Indonesia has created a platform for online courses, MOOCs, and the certificate is issued in the blockchain. The second lesson is the enabling policy. We discussed about transferability of degrees and perhaps courses across universities, across countries, and Malaysia is one of those. Malaysian here? Any Malaysian? Okay. In Malaysia, your MQA has developed a system of recognizing MOOCs as early as 2016. Remember, MOOCs was initiated in 2010, 11, or 12. Malaysia recognized this as part of their system, and they had methodology of recognizing it in a systematic way. And if you want to take a look at their system, it is one of the best. I think it is the best right now because it is very rigorous, and which makes the claim very much acceptable to industry. Another case of enabling policy is that of India. In 2016, right about at the time of Malaysia, the Indonesian government, the Indonesian ministry said, okay, if you are studying in this university, you can get as much as 40% of your courses from outside the university, and we will credit transfer that to your university. That's a very progressive enabling policy, which is now being used by the Indian government. So, so that the students can get these online courses in an efficient way, they created a digital platform, national digital platform called the Swayam. And right now, they have about, they have about 20 million users, and the increase was doubled during the pandemic. So students can get their courses from this platform and recognized in their university as a credit transfer course. Of course, the European Union has been doing this for many years through the European Credit and Transfer Accumulation System. It has been there for, described earlier by Dr. Wang as one of those that have been very successful in integrating the universities. So this enabling policy is very important to use for transformation, digital transformation. Creation of platforms, I described, for example, the Swayam in India. This was created by 9 different agencies within India, and they developed courses here. Right now, there are about 2,000 courses available, and students can get them. And they are screened for quality assurance. Swayam, as I've said, 16 million, 2,000 courses, and 203 of the top universities in India are contributing to the courses. In some cases, they are getting courses from international. This is still Swayam, and those are the lists of the providers of courses.
About 5 minutes, if that's possible.
Yeah. I'm about to wrap up. Another platform that has been developed over the last 2-3 years is that of the ICE Institute of Indonesia, and Professor Paulina will describe this in detail later during the question and answer. And it is actually a platform that was created originally by 14 universities in the country. They got together as a consortium to produce courses and put in there. Additionally, they have also acquired content from outside, like from EDX, from MIT, and from the top universities, top-rated universities in the world. Other examples are those in Jordan, but I will not describe this. So the digital platform, the last topic I would like to talk about as a lesson for transformation is the way we will guide our students to the jobs. Remember that there is always this debate around mismatch of what the university is producing versus what is needed by the market. What are the skills needed by the market? So a new methodology using big data and artificial intelligence originated, for example, in many places, like one there from Singapore, where they use data mining and predictive modeling using artificial intelligence. And so, for example, demand for jobs are accepted in real time and are sourced in real time for dissemination to students. And there are digital platforms right now that are doing this. And my last topic here is about aligning curriculum to the needs of the job market. We tested a methodology in the Philippines using artificial intelligence from Finland, a group in Finland doing this in universities, which is aligning the curriculum and the syllabus to the needs of the market that I have defined earlier, predicted from big data analytics. So you will see here the individual cells are individual courses, which and so dark is the alignment between the demand and supply for that particular curriculum is matched, whereas pink is you provide only education, provided the education, and green is there is labor demand, but the education system is not provided. So in such a methodology, you can align, therefore, the courses and the syllabus in a very granular way, in a more detailed way than it is done there. So with this, I'd like to end and for the next session.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Marito. I feel like you brought us back to the beginning with a sense of hope, saying that this digital transformation will bring significant consequences for universities. Some will face closure, but you give us hope by saying we can leverage new tools, we can build networks, we can move forward. And I think both the trends and examples you gave have a lot for us to unpack, which we're going to do with our panelists in the next session. But I have just one question before we bring our panelists up. Your 4 key lessons. You didn't speak in detail about finance, and so I'm curious, what do you tell the Asian Development Bank? What do you tell the World Bank in terms of their potential contributions to promoting this digital transformation? What is your advice for the multilateral banks?
To them or to us?
What do you advise to the multilateral banks?
Okay, so today that it's been proven that online learning can be done, right? And that in the next era where we want new technologies, especially of the 4th industrial revolution, to move globally. It cannot be confined to particular countries in the world. Through online learning and digital learning, we'll tell them this is now possible. And this is now one of the methodologies that's been used by many of the universities actually in the world. And so there is a need to empower the different countries with resources to move from the analog to the digital learning. Basically, for example, supporting online learning programs, creation of digital platforms, creation of new content from universities so that this will be distributed all over the world. Not only content coming from the West, but also content coming from the developing countries to the West. But the use of online learning will multiply and will enhance the ability of countries to adapt to new realities in the 4th industrial revolution. And within the country, for example, yes, Jakarta might know it, but universities outside Jakarta must also be assisted through online learning, for example. And that's where, for example, resources of the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank are now talking with Indonesia about this kind of programs.
I think it's tremendously important when you think about equity, colleagues, because we're talking about how do we get everyone on board in this transformation. So these messages of that online learning can be effective, how are we going to really do that at scale? These are massive questions, and to have you as an advisor and a practitioner in this space is tremendously important. But I want to bring up the panelists now, because we have 5 other speakers that we want to, if we could keep you on the stage, Marito, and then we'll have a Q&A, both from the audience in the room and online. So if we'd like to bring up the chairs, and then I'll move to the stage and we'll just slide over a bit. If you give us a few minutes to transition, colleagues. And before we do that, let's give Marito a big round of applause and thank him again for his wonderful keynote. On Marito's keynote, we're going to talk about specific trends and initiatives in Asia Pacific. We need to make sense of this in practice. So if we could pull up slides, we're going to walk you through some specific trends and issues that we need to grapple with, but we really want to do this in terms of concrete examples. Does that sound like an interesting panel? Yeah? But we're going to need you involved to do it. So feel free to raise your questions, think about that. We're going to go very quickly down the line with some initial comments and reflections, but the idea is that we spark a conversation based on trends about what is happening. We want to see action, we want to see your data and examples, so you're going to see those two things in this panel. You're going to see trends, and then you're going to see what to do about it. And that's what I'm hoping, that each of you in the room can pull something from this discussion, a trend that catches your attention, an example that catches your attention, and that should promote a discussion about the digital transformation. That's ambitious for 55 minutes, all right? So if we're ready for our slides, and I don't have our clicker, let me just grab this. And if not, I'll just read it off. All right, so until we're ready, the quote that I wanted to start us off with is from our Assistant Director General of UNESCO. And she says this, Ms. Stefania Giannini, that the digital revolution is disrupting jobs, polarizing societies, while at the same time transforming every aspect of our lives, including access to knowledge. And I think we haven't talked enough about this disruption and who's not online today, right? Privileged to be in the room, privileged to be online. Most people are not. They're not here with us, right? We are failing at a significant scale. We are not on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We're very positive and constructive that we need to move forward, but we need to be mindful that a digital transformation means moving forward in a different track. So we're going to hear some of those examples today about how we need to work differently. And I'm excited about that because technologies play an increasingly central role in higher education development. Let me just catch us up. And this is some of the slides and points that I'm mentioning are from the World Higher Education Conference. So this is your consensus. And the first point of consensus on the role of technology is that technologies are playing an increasingly important role in this space. You're going to hear examples today about this disruption in computer power, the reach of the internet fuels progress in AI. We heard that from Marito. The Internet of Things, automation, transformed teaching and learning and research as a way of networking and collaboration across nations. So some of the first examples you're going to hear are going to point to this. Getting down to the nitty-gritty, the digital transformations of roles of stakeholders is also a big part of achieving SDG 4. What is the purpose of this digital transformation, right? Ed tech companies are getting involved in creating and replacing traditional functions of higher education institutions, including academic management, assessment, digital degrees and qualifications, labor market analysis. So this transformation is impacting how we think about MOOCs, how we think about micro-credentials. All of these keywords are going to come up in our panelists speak today, in their talk today. So with that, I'll stop and I'll pass the floor to Professor Ikeda. She is our wonderful speaker from Osaka coming in. She is the Vice Director at the Institute for Innovative Global Education and a full professor at the Division of International Affairs at Kansai University. Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Wesley-san. So, hello everybody. I'm Keiko Ikeda from Kansai University. It's located in Osaka, Japan. Very nice to be here. And it has been a while since I've come to Hanoi, so it's nice to be back here as well. So I'm the first to speak, and I hope I know how to click this slide, this green button, right? Okay, got it. Is my particular things that I'd like to talk about is a particular digitalized or digital transformation of international education, I should say. It's a particular practice called COIL, Collaborative Online International Learning. And you heard that word in previous panels a little bit, and I'd like to introduce to you a little bit more about what it is all about and how the SHARE initiative has taken up on that particular practice. During particularly the pandemic, the very much of a international education-wise, it's a very crisis time. Right? So let me take you on that. So let me give you a bit of an introduction, and in about, say, 30 seconds, how does COIL virtual exchange work? So it needs at least 2 countries and 2 different institutions in different countries, and 2 different classrooms we're talking about, and they'll collaborate. They can be more than 2 as well. And teachers talk with each other and design a collaboration project modules that mix the students from different countries together. So it's a virtual team for collaboration. And those two classes do not need to work on the same subject. It could be interdisciplinary. So it could be anthropology to law or engineering to biology if you want to do it. So the subject can be STEM or language or liberal art, any kind of subjects can go into that particular practice. COIL is not a replacement for study abroad. It's another channel of international education using ICT, information and communication technology. COIL is a interactive and participative online modality of learning and teaching. It involves a project-based learning or task-based project learning, so it has actually enhances collaboration. And the main purpose for having the two international classrooms to meet and work together is to facilitate intercultural competence through project-based learning, which is embedded in the COIL practice. Did you see in the slide a little bit in how that COIL collaboration will look like? So it's one of the various online international education modality that has caught a lot of attention during the pandemic for obvious reasons, because of the international physical mobility was not able. But however, with the, slowly the pandemic's dwindling down and physical mobility is coming back, yet we also believe that this particular practice is going to stick. And then I'd like to talk with you today the why that this particular practice will likely to stick beyond the pandemic. Okay, and just to share what the SHARE has been doing, the SHARE program has promoted COIL greatly in the past 2 years, has a series of capacity building workshop that on the developing of virtual exchange and COIL courses. So first, the capacity building took place in September 16 through October 2021 and conducted through a weekly live synchronous meeting and also asynchronous sessions. We'll talk more about that in tomorrow's workshop as well, so stay tuned on that. And this workshop is to aim to provide participants with the knowledge and the skills needed to develop this particular new practice COIL programs in the institutions. Hence, they encourage the growth of a virtual exchange and COIL partnerships among ASEAN institutions. Okay, now a little bit of facts here. So there are less than 1 year, a few scholarship batch periods took place in the SHARE initiative 2 times, and there is another one going on right now, but I'm giving you the facts for the past 2 batches. The batch 6, the first one with the COIL initiative, there were a total of 5 different courses formed by 6 collaborating universities, and 281 students joined into that first batch. In the second batch, 9 collaborating universities have successfully proposed 13 COIL courses, and with that, there has 640 students participated. And okay, the tomorrow workshop, we'll be talking about a bit more of that, so stay tuned on the content details. And I wanted to move on to a couple of points I wanted to make for why this particular practice beyond the pandemic is important. So first point is online international learning is so many reasons why we should keep it beyond the pandemic. And one of the reasons is that it is more inclusive. When I talk about that, the student numbers that are involved in the last 2 batches, and compared to how the SHARE has been doing student mobility, physical mobility, and approximately about 600 some students in the past that started in 2016. But for the less than 1 year, we had over 900 students involved in the particular COIL practices. So you're giving more opportunities for more students for international educational experiences. So inclusive. Another point I wanted to talk about is, I'm quoting Professor Hans de Witt, 2017, pointed out, COIL practice offers opportunities and makes it necessary for students and teachers to work closely together, which might be a lost opportunity. Sometimes, even if you actually bring that students to the physical target places, they may actually end up sick with their own culture, their own country students, and do not have the opportunities to actually closely interactive work together. But COIL practice can and force them even to do so. And then with the online and now with the on-site availability now with the after pandemic, you can have the blended learning modality, which was Dr. Garcia has also talked about, is also enabled. So that means enriching the learning even further. Last point that I'm going to make, Koya also trains the soft digital skills in which creativity, innovation, collaboration, adaptability, and cognitive flexibility are being emphasized. So we're now in the era of working from home, and then we're shifting from working from anywhere. And I'll just add also work with anyone is now our demand and the capacity that students have to be. So in other words, Koyo practice can make the students future ready. So those are the three reasons I would say the Koyo practice should stick beyond the pandemic. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Work with anyone. And I think COIL as a method becomes very powerful when we put it in context. So I think this is going to be a great example as we transition to our next speaker, Dr. Tran Minh Triet. Just flew in from Ho Chi Minh City. We're thrilled he's with us. He is the Vice President of the University of Science in Vietnam National University. Dr. Triet, thank you for being with us. The floor is yours.
So good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity for me to join in and share some of our experience and what our plan for the future in digital transformation, especially for universities. So today I would like to share about our experience in digital transformation initiatives in education and training in Vietnam. And I think the first thing is that we usually think of digital transformation in education, but it is not actually only for online learning. We still remember in Vietnam in March 2020 when we faced the pandemic, COVID-19, and then most of the universities and students in the universities should move from the offline learning into the online system. And in that case, for my university, we need to choose how the appropriate way to move everyone, including the students and teachers, from the traditional approach to the online platform. And we thought that one of the very important things for establishing the digital transformation is not only the technology, but how we will prepare everyone to use the new technology. So we need to organize different ways, different channels to share how we can move from the traditional approach into the new approach, not only for students, but also for professors. Because we know that only when they agree and approve how to use this system, it will be very effective. Otherwise, we will have some difficulties on that. So we actually need a modern ecosystem for education with a lot of opportunities and challenges for that one. Okay. This is what we usually think about. Okay, let me go back this one. Okay. Yeah. In this one, we can think of different factors that we need to look at in order to prepare for digital transformation and different components and also for the efficiency. In this case, we focus on the quality of the system and also we look for the learner's expectation when we try to use the digital transformation in this one. And what we should do in the next step. Currently, we are thinking of preparing for the alliance or consortium of pioneer universities and institutes for developing the digital universities and digital education. But we focus mainly on the quality. We need to increase the number of students graduated from different IT-related domains or fields of research. We need to have the very high-quality human resource in this one, but we need to keep the quality of that one, or even improve the quality for the trained student. And of course, using the digital transformation, including share the resource, using the online system and share the material, even for the teachers and labs, we can have the opportunity to develop very, very good curriculum for everyone to use in the partnership with industries, with different organizations in the government, as well as with international collaboration in universities and institutes. And as we look at the presentation of the keynote speaker, Professor Garcia, today, we can see that we need for the digitalization, and finally digital transformation. So the first step is that we actually need the data to be collected and digitalized. After that, we need to apply into our process, and finally, how we can optimize and continually optimize the digital transformation in that case to apply for the real scenario. And finally, one of our lessons we learned in this one is that if we want to apply for the digital transformation successfully, we need to base on the human-centered approach. That means we need to look at the needs for the students and teachers when we have the digital transformation. And we also need the understanding from the leaders, from the managers, to all the professors, so that they can accept the new things and they all agree to apply the new process in the real processes. The next thing is that we need for the sharing and collaboration between different organizations, between different universities in Vietnam, but also with international institutes and universities. And I think that from the meeting today and this event, we will learn more experience on how we can do that, and we can have the very practical experience and case study to be applied. And also, we need more and more collaboration between different countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Triet. Indeed, big round of applause. And that human-centered design, I'm realizing in the room, I want you to feel connected to this conversation as well. We have a few more talks to go through, and I think this is really going to build on your point, Dr. Triet. Professor Paulina Panin, is our chairman of the Indonesia Cyber Education Institute. We're thrilled to build on this exact point. Over to you, Professor Panin.
Thank you very much, Wesley. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm back again with my ICE Institute. Oh, this is the other PowerPoint that I sent
different PowerPoint,
last night.
maybe.
Is there a new one?
This is for your talk tomorrow, is that right?
Yes, that's right. That's right. I believe what I would like to explain is that actually digital transformation in Indonesia has been starting way before the COVID pandemic. However, we thank the COVID pandemic because it accelerated the digital transformation very, very fast. And within a month of the COVID breakout, 90% of the 4,700 universities in Indonesia suddenly become or transforming to be online. Okay, online learning, online everything, and we know that they didn't have any preparation at all. Everything is just all of a sudden. However, during the pandemic and during that online suddenly online situation, we found out that the 76% of lecturers out of around 300,000 lecturers in Indonesia, and also 46% of students out of 8 million students in Indonesia, higher education, have already experienced online learning. So they use online learning during the pandemic. And then the online, the tools they're using is, of course, Google online learning platform, Moodle, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, WebEx, etc. And then the learning materials involve PowerPoint, Microsoft Word, PDF, and video mostly. And then 90% of the lecturers said that they are willing to continue online learning. And more than 40% of students said that they are willing to continue on blended learning, actually. Next. Oops, before that, please. Oops. Oops. Okay. Before that, please. One more. Yes. Oops. After this, please. Thank you. So when we see to the next, please. Yes, when we see a small study done in some universities indicate that between or among fully face-to-face blended learning and fully online learning. 1 year after, when we try to do a new semester, a new academic year in 2021, what would the students like? The students said that 48% they would like to have a blended learning, 24% fully face-to-face, and 28% fully online. So, but it's a little bit different with the lecturer, because the lecturer 61% preferred blended and 30% preferred fully online, and only 9% preferred face-to-face. So they don't want to go back to the campus. Okay. And then in early 2020, just before COVID breakout, actually, the government has already issued a policy, a policy, what we call Freedom Learning, Freedom Campus, or in Bahasa Indonesia, it's MBKM. This allows actually 3 semesters of the students out of the 8 semesters of undergraduate study to go outside your university, either taking any courses or doing any activities, but outside of your university, with the load of 20 credit hours per semester. So it allows you 60 credit hours earning from any activities at all, and also from other universities. That actually has become the main idea of the establishment of Indonesia Cyber Education Institute, which is a marketplace of online courses in Indonesia. Right now, we have 38 partner institutions involving not only universities, but also some of the other agencies, like, for example, from British Council, we have the English score for English testing there. So everybody would like to do English testing, they can go there and do the testing. We have the RELO from the United States Embassy. We also have a collaboration with UNESCO ICE. We also have a collaboration with SuitangX.com and also Tsinghua University from China. Actually, tomorrow will be our first anniversary, because we were initiated officially on the 28th of July last year, after 1 year. And then we introduced to everybody about unbundled courses. Usually they were packed into 1 semester courses, but now everything is in retail, I call it, because it is only 1 by 1, or you call it bit size. And then it is shared not only for 1 university, but 1 university can be shared by many others. And then it also certified, therefore the quality must be very, what you call, maintained very well. And then the other thing is that we have virtual student exchanges, because actually, like, for example, the courses that delivered in English, and also what you call enrolling the students from foreign countries, like from China, from Sri Lanka, for example, they are actually doing students mobility without movement, or virtual students exchange. And then we provide digital credentials, as Professor Garcia has already mentioned. And overall, what we are proud of is that ICE Institute provide flexi learning for anybody, anytime and anywhere.
About 1 minute.
Yes, this is our collections. You can go later on to our website. And we are proud also that we are implementing micro-credential, especially for game developer. In Indonesia, there is no study program for game development, but now we have the micro-credential program for game developer. It has 20 credit hours. It consists of courses and also captions project. And what you call the result, you can see there are 6 of them or 5 of them, the best game, which is already being pitched by the industry of game developer in Indonesia. And then the participation coming from the students and also from the lecturers, actually majority are female. So female students dominating the what do you call the taking of the courses, and also female lecturers dominating the participation in delivering the courses in ICE. Finally, yes, ICE Institute provide access to everyone in Indonesia as well as abroad for bit-sized learning, quality learning, and also equity, provide equity for everybody. We provide bundled versus unbundled, more of unbundled, but later on it can be rebundled into micro-credential and then less contact learning. Right now we are working toward the recognition and transferability among the consortium members as well as across other universities who are not in the consortium. So I believe UNESCO and everybody's here will be very resourceful to us in terms of recognition and transferability, especially Professor Lee Bing Wong, I believe. Thank you very much.
Very exciting. Thank you, Professor Penn. And I think from these last two examples, you've started to see the potential of this digital transformation, but we need to understand what this means at scale. And I think our last two speakers are going to push that trend to a scale that is really going to promote the transformation that's required to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm really thrilled to introduce Mr. Mike Mikalek, the founder and managing director of EdTech Asia, coming out of Singapore. Mike, thanks for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Wesley. Greetings, participants online and offline. So my lens will be a little bit different than everyone else's. We're going to talk about private sector perspectives. So let me get the slide deck up.
Just bringing up your slides. And we welcome questions we haven't seen from our online audience so far, so feel free to jump in, including everyone in the room. If you want to drop your questions in, we'll come to that. And one more speaker.
Okay, so as we're waiting for the deck to come up, again, my perspective is a little bit different. I think in order for the intended outcomes or educational outcomes to be achieved moving forward, private sector engagement, both from an operations or solution provider perspective as well as a finance perspective, are essential. So we'll see, some of the slides I have will address that if they can come up. We'll wait another minute or two. Okay, I'll go ahead and just use my phone then. Okay. So we're going to talk about two different perspectives. One is just kind of general trends in higher education private sector engagement. The first one, which we have a slide for, is OPM engagement globally. And so if we look at online program management engagement over the past 5 years, there's been a significant uptick, obviously driven by the pandemic. But now that we're coming into the post-pandemic era, okay, here we go. Let me get us up to date with our slides. Okay, so here's online program management. So what we're noticing is in the post-pandemic era, a lot of this uptake is actually happening in Asia. And so anticipated numbers of universities or tertiary institutions that are using OPM services is, it looks like it will be nearly double of what it was last year. And this is quite a controversial kind of private sector partnership, partly because the business model around such is highly favored to the OPM. The revenue sharing models typically anywhere from 50 to 70%, which is not sustainable for a lot of institutions. But nevertheless, it's a needed solution, because a lot of these institutions don't have the capacity or capability fully to integrate or offer online degrees at scale. So that's what OPMs are providing at the moment. Whether that continues in the coming years remains to be seen. So OPMs is one. Another that we're seeing a lot of increased public-private partnerships in higher education is the university bootcamp pathways. And so I think it was Dr. Marito mentioned earlier, the shelf life of kind of tech training is somewhere around 2 or 3 years. And it's these pathway programs that have strong industry relationships and are driven by industry experts that can be implemented quickly, efficiently, are being utilized at scale now. So this is something we're seeing a lot of in not just in Southeast Asia, but globally. And these are some of the EdTech solutions that, to be honest, are being funded a lot more than other subsegments of the industry. The other area that we're seeing a large increase in private sector engagement is higher education student mobility, and especially in the wake of the double alleviation reduction policy that happened in China a little over a year ago. A lot of that has shifted. Obviously, China had the largest student higher education migration globally prior to this happening. And now we're seeing that shift to India. So there's a bunch of providers that are basically fulfilling that need, and they're quite large. These are, multi-billion-dollar companies that pretty much offer everything that's needed to facilitate, overseas student study, basically. And I think one area in here that's quite of interest is the language competency. So as of now, we have these large standardized tests like IELTS and TOEFL, and that are not only used for higher education, entry, but also immigration and employment. But these incumbent kind of large-scale standardized tests are being threatened by some new alternatives, partly things like British Score or Duolingo. These tests are expensive. There's a lot of preparation time that goes in to these, and so there's a lot of other more widely accepted, cheaper alternatives. So look for that area to kind of be upended potentially in the coming years. So that's what's kind of happening at the global scale in terms of private sector higher education trends. Let's take a look more granular, more focused maybe on some of the local providers that are serving this here in Southeast Asia. Obviously, with the push to online, there were a lot of stopgap solutions over the last few years. Paulina mentioned Teams and Zoom and a lot of these others, but these aren't specifically customized or tailored for higher education, educational delivery. There are now a lot more to choose from, and they specifically are focused on certain subsegments of the learning continuum. So there are customized solutions for K-12, for early years, for higher education, et cetera. And so if anyone's listening, that is in a decision-making position, I would greatly encourage you to look and be aware of the other solutions out there. Just from a research-driven kind of pedagogy perspective, there are alternatives. No, not to take away anything from the large tech incumbents, but there's some other alternatives. So that's one. This kind of shows the uptick of usage over time. This is a particular provider in Southeast Asia, and obviously we're seeing a bit of a drop-off in post-pandemic. Another is, again, this is a very niche-specific solution to higher education. Different departments within higher education have different learning methods. If you look at medical schools or anyone that needs kind of a team-based learning platform, there's digital solutions for that. A lot of them aren't really able to enter these markets just because the price points aren't an advantage. So that's something, when I've asked a couple of these providers, why don't you have more of a presence in Southeast Asia? It's just not kind of financially viable for them. But there are some interesting, tech solutions that serve these kind of niche. Another one would be, an example would be the use of case studies in business schools, etc.
About 1 or 2 more minutes, Kim.
Okay. Just quickly mention, because micro-credentialing and blockchain, Vietnam had a very ambitious, or completed a very ambitious blockchain integration program about a year ago. I think there's about 3 million certificates that have been uploaded as of now. Whether if you're in a decision-making role, obviously you have to decide whether to build, whether to outsource, or whether to partner. And so these are just some key things to look at. I think the main thing, or the main issue for a lot of people, is just security capacity. So we'll move on from there. And last thing I want to end up with is just finance. There's been a lot of talk about finance. This is B2C finance mostly. Arutify does lend to schools, but we're seeing a lot of private sector financing, either directly to higher education institutions or to the students themselves. These are just 2 examples. There's several others these are Southeast Asia, or Leap Finance is South Asia. Arutify, Pintech in Indonesia, I believe, and InvestEd in Philippines are other ones that are quite progressive. These are new within the last 2 to 3 years, and they've all seen about a 10x increase in uptake over that time period. But I think, and last slide, is what potentially might happen is with the increase of mobile wallet use, mobile payment use, and this was the inflection point in China that drove their EdTech growth about 5 years ago, was the ease of pay on an individual basis. So there could be a possibility of this being used kind of in an educational context. So be on the lookout for that. I'm gonna end it there, a little early, but we'll finish there. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mike. This message that there are alternatives. We need to be looking and to be aware of these alternatives as we make decisions about the future of learning. And I think this is tremendously important and really going to feed in nicely to our last speaker, who really blends together this private sector perspective and public sector service in education. Mr. Nam Yuen Tan, he's an adjunct faculty of the College of Arts and Sciences, but he's also the founder of Phonics Online Education, and his remarks today will reflect on this. This mic might be broken. If we could maybe try this next one. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Wesley. Hi, everybody. My name is Nam from Phonics Online Education. Actually, it's back about 2015, about 7 years ago. We have been discussing about the impact of internet on higher education. And our idea was simple. We're talking about the homeschooling for school. So why you can accept the homeschooling for higher education? Can students stay at home and still get degree and still get a job? And we map out the system. I am mathematics, my background, so I like design the system. So we designed the system to support students to reach his goal. And surprisingly, at the same time, we found the same idea from Professor Richard Mueller from UC Berkeley. He had the same idea. He called the Internet University, and he had 15 operating principles. Actually, if students follow that, you can get American quality education with emerging country costs. Of course, the talk is easy, but we need to convince everybody to do it. First, we need to convince students and parents that, okay, you can stay at home in rural area and still have a high quality degree and job. And I have to convince the university to recognize our program. So I have to convince them about quality of exam, everything, and the cost. And I have to convince employer that my student actually have enough skill to work for them. And finally, I want to bring it financially sustainable. It's very important to have scale. If you have to depend on investment from outside, you know. My idea is the student have to pay, and if they pay, they get enough value to pay, then we can survive. So we have to design the pricing, scholarship, everything. And actually now, after 7 years, we have about almost 10,000 students and 5,000 active students. We have university from Vietnam, from Australia, US recognize our program. We have about 100 company, technology companies, the leading technology company in Vietnam accept our students. The idea like that, but you know that the course is available on internet everywhere. You can go to Coursera, you can go Udemy, there are a lot of them. But you know the problem that if you learn yourself, the completion rate is very low. It's less than 10%. Very easy to start, but very difficult to go to the end. So how to improve it? The key here is engagement. We have motto. Whenever students have questions, there's someone to answer them. Whenever student move down, there is someone to be around with him, to talk with him. So we have 5,000 we could mentor. Actually working on voluntary basis, you know, each of them commit to me, spend at least 10 minutes, you know, to talk with students. And we measure all the engagement between students themselves, student with the system, student with mentor, student at university. When we found the correlation.
You okay?
Okay.
If you'd like.
Okay,
No pressure.
that's enough. We found the correlation between the academic achievement and intensity of engagement. They put it simple as that if the more questions students ask, the better score they have. So we encourage them to ask questions, as small as question, and the more questions they have now. And by the end, they go and they go themselves. They learn themselves. So when they get to the end of the course, they feel very happy. They feel very happy. They feel very confident. So we improve the completion rate year by year. Starting with 10%, now we have about 50% completion rate. That means that each two students, one go to the end. Go to the end means that they either he get degree or he get a job. He have only two contact objective of learning. And say want to get degree or want to get a job. So I want to use this forum to encourage the partnership between the EdTech and university, tradition and university, because we are education company. We are not university. We are not issuing degree. But I believe that we can complement to traditional university very much now by helping them to have more students, to have students more independent. They can learn themselves. You know, they can find a way for them, the better ways, most for them to learn. We also have a cooperation with the USAID and NGO that gives a chance for everybody to learn computers. Let's say USAID gives scholarship for a woman in Mekong Delta to learn machine learning. They don't want to understand what it is. So we are cooperating with one NGO from France to give the student from rural area in the north to be engaged in IT industry, the better quality job. But my condition is don't give them everything, you know. They have to put investment themselves. So if you give them a scholarship, don't give them computer. So people said, why, if you don't give them computer, how they can learn? I told them very simple. Actually, in Vietnam, there's a internet cafe. You can go to internet cafe and rent computer very cheap. About $1 for 2 hours. So you can afford it. Then, yeah, okay, I finished now. And I think that this is a way we can spread higher education to make it accessible for everybody. Make it very important for me, that accessible for everybody. And I truly admire Professor Richard Mueller from UC Berkeley, that you can get American standard high quality, higher American quality higher education with Vietnamese costs. And we have every week we have about 200 students every week joining us, and it's increasing. And I'm very happy to see the phonic way, as I say, getting understood and more popular now. And thank you very much.
Mr. Tan, thank you very much. And I want to invite your questions from the room and also online, because we have about 10 minutes left. I know it doesn't feel like a lot, but we can actually send out a few good comments and remarks and reflections. I want to start with Marito, if I could, your thoughts and reactions to the panel so far. And then one of my questions, as you line up, if you'd like to add questions, feel free to go behind the panel. One of my first questions, in addition to Marito's reflections, would be, this point about public-private sector partnerships and how each of you, for example, can effectively manage these relationships. And related to that, are we converging or diverging in these relationships at this point in time, and how you see that evolving? But I'd love to hear from the audience. If you have questions, please feel free to go to the podium. And Marito, your reactions and thoughts to the panel so far.
My first reaction is the result of the survey in Indonesia, where game developers is supposed to be supposed to be a male thing. But in Indonesia, the game development micro-credential developed 65%, right? You said are female. So this is an impact which is, which is not the trend actually in the past. And so perhaps when lessons are delivered online, maybe the females become more at ease than being in person, right? The other comment I have is the methodology that in FunX is doing, where engagement is higher. Udacity methodology is such that it also gives mentors in addition to the asynchronous learning that they have. They're more expensive in terms of price point, but the results are good, and the employment ability of the Udacity graduates are very high. The same is true with 2U, which is now a partner of EDX, where all of the engagement are very high, but also the price point is very high.
Great. Anyone from the panel would like to pick up on those themes or share about public-private sector management? Mike, over to you.
Okay. No, I think that's a really good point. I think there needs to be a distinction between, synchronous, asynchronous, and the price points that are associated with such. There's Emeritus, which is South Asia, Singapore-based, does executive education, extension of higher education, but similar price points. They're starting to get into degree programs as well. But the price points are still not, accessible for the masses. So I think, as this evolves, and I encourage everyone, as you come up with your own definition of what transformation and collaboration is, to anticipate the evolution of higher education, particularly in regards to private sector engagement, and it's the public sector's role to kind of determine the playbook, or the playing field for how commercial interests can engage. But I think that's really important, because in the private sector, things just move a lot quicker, as we all know, and even more so now, even more so after the pandemic. So, it's these nuances of what higher education partnerships and price points and offerings, and on a very granular level in each particular market are, that we all need to kind of, figure out. And once we have a grasp of that, then I think we're able to kind of move forward in a productive, collective, collaborative way. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. We'll go to Mr. Tan. Reflections on price.
Actually, price point is very interesting. Everybody knows the engagement is very important. One-on-one, or that you have to pay for that. But the internet gives a solution. In internet, you say that many people really ready to give advice for free. You don't know it. I was surprised when I think that I calculated I need about a few thousand mentors. Then it costs a lot for me. But most of them actually agree almost for free. Yeah, but you have to design your system, because they can have a schedule for us. So we have to design the systems that they can actually. I say they need to commit only 10 minutes. Yeah. It's very much like you can borrow from like a Uber or the concepts like that, So the mentor, it's not necessary to be to spend a lot of time. He talk first, his student, to understand his question first. He can say, it's okay, tomorrow I can come back with you. So make it conversation very freely, then it's cheap. Actually, I pay them now. I pay them $1 per question, but like a symbolic. But they very happy. They want to help students, because and my mentor mostly come from industry, so they also have their own interest to recruit students. Yeah, this guy good, Go for me. Now I have one student. After only 3 months study with me, he already worked for mentor. Because mentor like him. Okay. So, and our price is about almost the same price, like a public university in Vietnam, and about 1/3 of the private university in Vietnam, and fraction of, let's say, US, Australia education, So internet is powerful too. We don't need any technology up here. You need only internet. The tool available, Zoom, Skype, there are plenty of tool available for people to talk with people.
Can I build on that point with Dr. Triet or Professor Panin? Before we come to your closing remarks, because we're going to come short on time, so start thinking about your wrap-up. But I'd love to get your thoughts as a public institution in this transformation.
Yes, I would like to share some of my thought about this problem. That is, when we have the platform for sharing the digital resources, courses, or something like that, of course, we can deliver the online courses, but we just think about how we can integrate those courses into the current curriculum to improve the quality of the curriculum currently we have. Because you know that most of the content will be updated regularly, and we cannot keep the content as of 10 or 5 years ago. So in that case, the module should be very flexible so that it can be adapted and can be integrated in several lectures by the teachers. So in a university, maybe the professor can give the lectures and he said that, okay, you just watch the video clip in here and you do the following exercises. I will have the mentors to help you in the university also. So by that way, I think it is very easy for the professors to quickly accept and approve the modules in different courses. And gradually he could think that, okay, this is very good for me to save time and effort. I can increase the number of students in my class, but the effort can be saved by using the online resources like that. So we can integrate. And the next thing is that it can, for the personalized content, because you don't really need to read all the materials, but you can only select what is necessary for you in that case. So this is very, very important for sharing the resource via the online system. And finally, I think that the objective of the online material is not for evaluating whether you can get a very high score in some examination or question, but when you answer wrong for one question, you can be you have time to review and you can do it again and again so that you can easily know and understand the concept, so you can get a very high score in that case. Yeah.
Powerful examples from the private and the public sector, this innovation and this demand for integration. Professor Panin, any thoughts as we start to come to a close for our panel?
Thank you. This is what I believe in Indonesia, of course. Education is very expensive. However, well, somebody has to pay for it, but it is not necessarily the student. We can reduce the price as low as possible through collaboration, through open resources, for example, but still the designer or the tailor who is doing the sewing one piece to each to another, that is the most expensive one, the most expensive component, and we have to recognize that. However, once again, somebody has to pay, and we can collaborate with everybody and reduce the price. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have to get comfortable with that discussion point and how we bring that into our digital transformation plans. We are going to go down the line. If anyone wants to kind of wrap up with your final thoughts, and anyone in the room, if you want to share your final thoughts, please feel free to raise your hand or go to the podium. Professor Ikeda, can I put you on the spot in thinking about what you've taken from this session and kind of what are your takeaways?
Just thinking, going back to Dr. Gush's first question, I think you posed in the talk, the employability, the key word might come to all the way to the questions where we talked about the money also, where the money should come from, the ones who are actually achieving those great talents from the learned and then skilled, competent students, and then that become future ready. So then that should be the ecosystem we should be aiming for. So including practice like COIL, virtual exchange, and also the e-learning platforms and et cetera, credentials, all that comes down to acknowledging and also systematizing employability. I think that's something that we should keep in our mind. So that's something that I would continue to keep thinking about too. Thank you.
Powerful ways forward. And our second speaker was Dr. Triet. Can I allow you to continue on this point and your final reflections?
For this one, I would like to share one more thing. I think that we can use different technologies to enhance the engagement. That is very, very important. And of course, using something like the new technology, such as augmented reality or different ways, something like that. We have first a very good way for delivering the content, and also we can have a more natural approach when we deliver the content to the students in the future. And the next thing is that I think one of the very important things is for sharing the resources and materials. In that case, we also think about how we can share the resources, such as the computing resource. We mentioned about artificial intelligence, data processing, or something like that. But it is not feasible for all the university to have the enough material for that case. So I think in the community, we can also think of, we can share the resource so we can take advantage and we can use all the material for sharing everyone. Not only for one university, but it can be in the region also. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Pannon?
Thank you. From this morning, I believe we have heard a lot about collaboration. How about working together with everybody so that we can fulfill our dream, achieve our what we want to go. However, one colleague of mine, Miss Lele here, I believe, during the lunchtime was asking me, Ibu Polina, what is the hardest things taking care of ICE Institute? Well, I said collaboration. Why? It is easy to say, and everybody has already mentioned, numerous examples of collaboration, very strong, very good. And you also mentioned about the collaboration just coming from the internet, for example. But that is the hardest thing, and that is the heart of online education, I believe. Thank you.
Over to you, Mike. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. I think what you said, who pays, and that really resonated with me. And I think Darren said, "Show me the money." And there's just been several different kind of finance money comments that have resonated. But yeah, who pays? And I think my little 2 minutes was on private sector engagement, but I think private sector finance plays a huge role, potentially can play a huge role in this digital transformation of higher education and potentially, collaboration as well. So we're seeing some interesting models develop where private sector equity can fund bottom of the pyramid, not just top tier institutions, but also I think FINMA, for example, a Philippines-based higher education network, is funded by private equity. There's some examples with bilaterals and multilaterals in Africa that are using private debt as well. So there's some interesting evolving models around that where the where the development banks, I think, could potentially play a very significant role, specifically IFC and ADB, in kind of facilitating what's needed in terms of digital transformation for the people that need it most. Yeah.
Key points. Let me go to Mr. Tran first, and then to Marito, and then we'll close our session.
One thing I want to say is that high quality higher education with affordable and accessible, it's possible. So we can get the American degree with Vietnamese money. I think it's possible. Internet make it possible.
Very powerful. Thank you. And for Marito.
I have 0 seconds.
We are out of time. Yes.
My final comment is related to what you mentioned about the public, the multilaterals financing higher education. I think there's a big case for this, for what we call the sponsored access. Meaning to say, if you have heard of conditional cash transfers, which is one of the biggest programs of the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank, they give cash in return for what? In Brazil, in return for learning, right? So we can do this methodology also for higher education, which is through the mechanism of a sponsored access. Thank you.
Brilliant. And I think with that, I wanted to say thank you that collectively, we and our wonderful panelists are driving this digital transformation. Let's take ownership and make it the world we want. Thank you to our panelists, and a big round of applause. Oh, sure. Should we come together for a quick photo? Yeah, line up. This is where my awkward height is a problem. And our panelists, thanks again. Thank you, Marito.
thing that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really really precious opportunity.
My exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
For me, Share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that share somehow contributes our to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian, and American friends from different states, villages, and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
Thing that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really really precious opportunity.
My exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
For me, Share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that Share somehow contributes to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian, and American friends from different states, villages, and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and work environment.
Thing that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess Share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really precious opportunity.
My exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
For me, Share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that share somehow, right, contributes our to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian, and American friends from different states, villages, and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
Online on our platform. I'm very happy and honored to be chairing this session with a few of my very distinguished colleagues, both from Europe, who will join us online, but also physically present here. I will call them on stage. So first, my dear colleague, Dr. Abdul Latif from the National University of Malaysia. Please give him a warm hand of applause. And also Dr. Ki Ravikund from Phnom Penh International University. And we also have with us today online, I hope they'll be shown on screen soon. Cam being set up, thank you. Test, yeah. And online we have Mr. Stefan Pardo from Paris dialing in. Welcome, please give him a warm hand of applause. He can hear it. And we have our dear colleague Carmen with us. She is dialing in, I think from Bangkok, but she's also present online. So please give her also a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. So we'll be starting this session with two inputs from the colleagues that are joining us online. And I'm very happy that both of them have been working with us over the years, not only to develop the initial ASEAN European credit transfer system that was applied for the share mobility scheme, but also to help us to not only digitize, but also digitalize the originally paper-based AECTS, ASEAN European Credit Transfer System, and about the initial process, but also the innovations that are now being applied coming in after COVID-19. you will hear a bit more from them. So I would like to call on first on Mr. Stefan Pardo to present the initial outline. Stefan, please, the screen is yours. We're all here.
Thank you very much, Sebastian, for this introduction. So I will share, I don't know if I share my presentation or if you do it.
We can't see it yet, but please go ahead.
So today I will present the AECTS, the credit transfer platform for the AECTS. Okay. But I don't know if you see, okay. So, oh, sorry. Okay, so but before presenting the platform itself, I would like to present a little bit of the context in which the platform was created and what is the AECTS itself. So I'm not sure if I have the proper feedback for the screens. Okay. Can you tell me if you see the slides right now? I guess so. So the AECTS platform was part of the initial share program. I'm sorry, I don't have any feedback about if we can see the presentation or not.
We can see them. We can see them.
Okay, thank you, Carmen. Okay, so the AECTS platform was part of the initial share program, but the mission, the objective of this result area we were in was not to create a platform. It was to create actually the AECTS itself. And what was this objective? It was to create a credit transfer system that would be compatible with both all the ASEAN CTS systems that exist in the region and also the ECTS, the European Credit System. That hence its name, ASEAN European Credit Transfer System, AECTS. And the platform was coming after the creation of the AECTS itself as a supporting tool for this new AECTS. Okay, so the AECTS itself was built from the ECTS user's guide that was published in 2015, the same year the share project started. And it was, inspired and adapted from this ECTS user guides, but also from the procedures and policies of the Erasmus Plus mobility program. So starting from that, a team of ASEAN experts and EU experts were gathered with the help of the ASEAN institution to build this new system in common. It took about a year before the first version of the AECTS arrived. And what's inside this AECTS? So it's of course a very simplified view that I'm presenting here, but the AECTS is made of 3 components. The one I'm interested in terms of developer of a platform. The first component of this AECTS are the supporting documents of the mobility, the learning agreement, transcript of records, and so on. The second component is the process. And by process, I mean the description of the mobility step by step, what happens at every stage, which are the actors of the mobility, namely the universities and the student, but what are their role? what are their duties during this mobility, when they should do something, issue this or this document. So this is what I call the process. So it's the second component of the ACTS system. And the third component is the conversion mechanism. At the time, so back in 2015, there were a lot of ideas floating around to convert credits, and also it was a necessity in the ASEAN region because there are so many CTSs around. So the share team was tasked to to invent a system that would be easy to use and also compatible with intra-ASEAN, but also ASEAN-EU mobilities. And let's see now what happened during the 4 years of this project. So I'm presenting here a timeline of the project, at least the result area, including the ACTS. So this screen, there are 3 timelines, one for the ACTS, one for the development of the platform, and the third one is for the student mobilities. So you can see how it all worked together. So as soon as the project started, the development of the ACTS itself started. And as I said, it took about 1 year before a first version of the ACTS was developed and was robust enough to be used as a base for the development of the ACTS platform. It was also robust enough so that it could be used for the first batch of students. So the first batch of students went for their mobilities at the same time as the platform started its development. And as Sebastian said earlier, it was only paper-based at that time. Okay, we move forward 1 year later. No, sorry, not forward for the slides. And so we move forward in time. We arrived 1 year later, mid-2017. Then the platform is launched at the time, and the first student, they can start using the platform. So from this point until the end of the first share project, end of 2019, the platform was in use and was used by the 3 last batches of students for the mobilities. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I think you have a little bit of the background of where the platform was created. Now we can have a closer look of the platform itself. So the platform, we built the platform with 3 objectives in mind to support the ACTS. The first objective was to be a facilitator of the mobility and the credit transfer process. The second objective was to be a pedagogical tool because we needed to explain and present all the concepts introduced by the ACTS. Some universities were very familiar with it because they were engaged in international mobilities for a long time. But for other universities, it was something quite new. So it was important to be able to explain really in details what it was doing and why we were here. And the third objective of the platform was to be a monitoring tool for the share team to know exactly what happens on the ground, when the students are doing their mobility, even before all the documents have been properly issued or not, and to help also the universities to identify problems before they occur, things like this. So it was very interesting tool for us, for the share team, but also for the other actors of the mobility. I mean the students and the universities. Next, please. So, how did the platform work? As I said, at the heart of that platform was the ACTS system. And so with no surprise, the platform reproduces exactly the same components. The functionalities of the platform are exactly the same components as the one of the ACTS itself, meaning that it had 3 main functions, the platform, I mean. The first function was to issue the supporting documents of the mobility. The second objective, the second function, sorry, was to monitor the process and the timeline of the mobility. And the third objective was to convert the credits. So now we can have a look at how these three functionalities were implemented inside the platform itself. Next, please. So the first functionality was to issue the supporting documents. Here you have the list of all the mobility documents that were issued, taken care of by the platform. So it's very, I think you will recognize most of them, like the learning agreement amendment, transcript of record. These are the supporting documents that everybody uses, but they were adapted for the ASEAN context, and some unique ones were also added to the platform. And I would like to make a focus, for example, on the last document, which is the credit transfer sheet. I say the last because it's the last document that is issued during the mobility, and this is particularly important document because it's with this document that the mobility of the student is officially recognized, and also because it indicates how many credits are transferred. And now we are going to have a look at how it looks like when we are inside the platform itself. So next slide, please. So this is a screen that was inside the platform. This is actually the homepage of the student. You know, when the students were using the platform, when they arrived, when they log in the system, log in the platform, they arrive on this homepage. And this homepage is very interesting in the way that it really illustrates the three objectives of the platform, which is to be a facilitator, a monitoring tool, and a pedagogical tool. So I've divided here the screen in three parts, three columns. I will start by the left one. This one illustrates the facilitator aspect. So when the student arrives, logs in the platform, he sees immediately who are the contacts, his contacts or her contacts for the mobility. By contact, I mean the person in charge of his or her mobility. It means usually it's one or two contacts at the sending university, one or two contacts at the receiving university, usually the IRO or a teacher, an academic contact. It can be one or two, but the idea is that the student, as soon as he logs in, he has this information under his eyes. If there is any problem, he knows exactly who to contact. He doesn't have to search anywhere. It's here. So this is the facilitator aspect. Now let's have a look at the second column of on the screen, the monitoring column. So this column, what we see here are buttons. These buttons, each of these buttons allows the student to download one of the supporting documents. For example, there is a button for the learning agreement and so on. The colors here are important. When it's green, it means that the document has been issued, validated, signed by the universities. And when it's not, it means either there is a problem, or most probably it's because it's not the time to issue the document. When the mobility has started, you don't issue the transcript of record, you have to wait. So, but by presenting these buttons here with these color codes, the student immediately knows where it stands in terms of its mobility, how far is it from the recognition. So it allows the student to monitor his own mobility. And the last column on the right, it's the column where we explain what are each of these documents, what's their name first, what's their purpose, more importantly. So the student understand why we have to do all this, why we have to issue all these documents during the mobility. And it also shows who is responsible for issuing the documents. So if there is any problem with any document, we can immediately refer to the contacts and engage with the home of the host university. So, yeah, thank you for the next. So now we're going to see the second aspect, the second functionality of the platform, which is to monitor the process of the mobility. So this screen shows a timeline. So again, it's a timeline. I think I like timelines because they really they really help clarify things. And here, you know, in this timeline, the mobility process is represented by a series of steps or milestones. And what's interesting is that, when I say step is, for example, concretely, one step is when the student registers on the platform. Another step is when the student starts completing the learning agreement. The next step will be when the home sending university reviews the learning agreement. The following step is when it's sent to the receiving institution to check that everything is okay, and etc. Until the last step, which is issuing the credit transfer sheet. So here it's even more simplified at that. And what's interesting to see is that each step represented here appears in a sequence and corresponds to a mobility document. I mean, really, each step is a mobility document, and that will help us when building the platform. When presenting the screens to the user, to the universities, which we are going to see in the next slide. So what we see here is a screen for the universities. So what do we have here? This screen, first of all, is for the host university, so the receiving university. What does it show? It shows a list of students, so the inbound student for a specific batch of the mobility. But more interestingly, it's the columns. The columns here, you can see there is one column for one mobility document. And these columns, they exactly follow the timeline, which means that by having a very quick look at the screen, you can immediately know where you are in the timeline, what documents have been issued, which one have not been issued, and so on. And next slide, please. And there are some color codes that help the university identify if there is something going wrong or if there is something to do. And for example, if we look at the bottom right of the screen, there are some orange buttons. And these orange buttons in the previous platform meant that there is some action. Some action was required. It means the university has to do something. We indicate very quickly in this way that the university has to issue some, here in this case, in this example, they have to issue some transcript of record. So they just have to click the button, which will lead them to the screen where they can enter the information necessary to issue the transcript of record. So again, this illustrates the facilitator aspect of the platform, how it can be used to help the universities and the students to manage their mobilities. Next slide, please. So in this screen, I will talk about the last functionality, the last component of the AECTS, and the last functionality for the platform, which is to convert the credits. So the platform had a credit converter embedded inside. This credit converter was built according to the specifications that were designed for the AECTS. So I'm not going to enter into the detail of how it worked, but just would like to say that it's very simple to use, but yet very powerful, and it can really work with any kind. You can convert credits with any kind of mobilities, like intra-ASEAN, ASEAN, EU. So it's supposed to be very helpful for the universities. not only in the last stage, in the recognition phase, when they need to convert the credit back for the credits to be transferred, but also in the preparation phase, when the student and the home university are preparing the mobility, they need to know how many credits they need to earn abroad to have enough credits transferred back when the mobility is over. And actually, this credit converter, as well as all the rest of the procedure, all the processes and all the supporting documents, they are described in the AECTS handbook. We call it at the time the SHARE handbook, and it's still available online on the SHARE website. Next, please. So this leads me to my conclusion. And so I've been participating in the SHARE program, not exactly the full 4 years, but almost. And so I've been witnessing how it worked. I had to learn how the AECTS was built to be able to build the platform based on it. And I can say that as a facilitator, teaching and monitoring tool, the platform can really help both the universities and the students during the mobilities. I've seen, I can compare, the period of time where the mobilities were done just on paper and the period of time where it was done using the platform, and it really made a difference. And so I think this kind of tool, they can really help build trust between the actors of the mobility, between the students and the universities, but also trust in the process itself, because it really, everything is transparent. It clarifies really the way the mobility works and the reason why there are so many supporting documents all along the life of the mobility. And building trust, I think, is one of the major conditions to ensure the recognition. So that's why I can say that I really think that platforms like the new one coming, the DACTS, really have the true potential to foster ASEAN, EU, and intra-ASEAN mobility. And I think it's true, especially for the universities who haven't really fully embraced yet digitalization. And that's what concludes my presentation. So I think I will cede the floor, or I don't know if we have time. This last slide is just showing that, the DACTS, so the new coming platform brings change with continuity. Like the feature that you used to find in the AECTS platform, you will find them in the DACTS, and you will find many more things. It really brings the game to the next level. And so I'd like to cede the floor to my colleague now.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for this comprehensive insight into, let's call it, the machine room of SHARE. I mean, the AECTS or SHARE platform was really one of the key elements and tools that we used in the first phase, especially to, facilitate not only credit transfer, but the whole mobility program itself. So I think it's very interesting to take this step back and look back into how this shaped also mobility patterns in Southeast Asia and the ASEAN region, especially. We're now moving on to, let's call it the SHARE Platform 2.0, basically, which is the digitalized and digitized version, the DAECTS. You've heard the acronym already, and I will hand over to my colleague, our digital transfer expert, let's call her, Carmen. Carmen, welcome to Hanoi virtually. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, all clear. We can also see your PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in Bangkok because of COVID. I'm feeling better. So it's a pleasure to be here and to share how it's looking and what is the future of the digital credit transfer system that we are building now. Please, the next slide. In my presentation, I'm going to talk about credentials and the digital credentials with the global and general overview, not only in Asia, but in the whole, all around. And this work is based on a research where we had conducted before we started the development of the digital credit transfer system. That is one of the pillars for the creation of the common higher space in Swedish Asia. Next slide, please. Okay, when we talk about when we talk about credentials, in their most essential form, we are talking about certified documents that that states that one part is recognizing specific features of the other part. In a specific case of the educational credentials are those certified documents that shows that the learner had achieved specific skills, competences, degrees, certifications, and is applicable for all type of education. In particular, on formal qualifications, we also have the mobility documents that this is the focus of our presentation today. Next slide, please. The credentials for student mobilities are used not only for the credit transfer between institutions within one program, but also for mobility between institutions after completing a whole program or between the academia and the labor market. Next slide, please. The credentials has important roles in the mobility process. Here we are showing the whole life cycle that starts with the creation of the transcript of the student records within an institution, taking into consideration that the students, of course, have completed their learning experiences in that organization. The next step is issuing the credentials. These credentials, they will need to, those are digital records of the achievement based on the transcript of records, and they should be signed and secure in the way that they will be easily detected when they are tampered with. The next step is the retrieval. That means that the credentials can be used by the students, can be taken from the students, from the institutions, or storage in their own wallets or in their own personal registries, or share with the third parties, like could be the employees. The last part is the role of the credentials within the recognition supports that allows the exchange of the credentials, entitle students to participate in other exchange, but to also to further recognize their learning achievement in their homes institution. Next slide, please. When we talk about the recognition, there are like four main actors. That will be the institution which is issuing the credential, the owner of the credential, the verifying party, and the registry. We are considering in first place that the issuer has the right to issue those credentials and is registered in a general registry. We are talking about here in general way, but when we are referring to a digital systems, it will be the need of having each of the participants somehow registered in the system in a way that no owner can present the credentials to a verifying party, and that party can run a set of verifications to get to know that the issuer is a knowledge issue, is a recognizing issue, but also to accept as appropriate for the purpose the credentials that they have been presented. Next slide, please. We have run a study on the different digital credentialing and global scales. And there are two main elements that they need to be considered. First ones are the specifications, which allow us to have a common underlying models. That means a specification language and processing tools that will allow us not only to create the credentials, but also to exchange them and to know what are the contents we are exchanging. In Europe, we have the European learning model as one of the upfront modeling specification that allows to get that description about the credentials at all levels. That means that credentials that could be the participation, the certificate of participation, but also, and most importantly for us now, is the transfer of records. In United States, there are two main initiatives that are the Comprehensive Learning Record and the Open Badges that they are run by the IMS, the IMS Global Initiative, that allows that a clear description of the accomplishment, the achievements, and somehow they are complementary to the European learning model. In terms of applications, in Europe, we have the Europass and the European Digital Credentials Infrastructure that allows us to create and issue credentials, but also to verify and to ensure that those credentials are not tampered with. And for the mobility, there is an important tool that the system that had been previously presented is inspired on, and is the Erasmus Without Paper. We also, next slide, please. We also check all the initiatives in the Asian area. And there are three main initiatives that they are worth to mention. First is the Research Consortium for Sustainable Promotion of International Education in Japan. That is part of the Groningen Declaration Network that allows the mobility of students, not only in Asia, but around the world. And we also have the Indonesian Cyber Education Institute, which is an institute that had been created as part of the National Policy for Quality Assurance and on the accreditation of the different programs, specifically on online programs. And last but not least, we have the Open Source Initiative for Digital Credentialing. That is an initiative of the Ministry of Education in Singapore that is using a blockchain-based platform for the secure and reliable issuance and verification of the credentials. Next slide, please. Based on this study, we come up with a set of recommendations for the digital credit recognition. The first one is to pursue an alignment with the global standards for mobility and credentiality. There are three possible options. One is to be aligned with the IMS initiatives in the States. The other one is to create the Asian specifications. And the last one, and we believe that is the most important, is to keep being aligned with the US standard and software, taking into consideration the experience of the shared program. And also because the ALM is a specification, as I mentioned before, that allows the description of the different type of credentials, but not only the credentials, but learning opportunities that leads to those credentials and their related qualification frameworks. Next point, please. It will be the implementation. No, sorry, it was not the next slide. Could you please go back? Thank you. The implementation of a technology roadmap for the credential recognition, considering the credentials full life cycles that I mentioned before. And the first step is to continue or to improve the credit transfer between institutions for the regulation of the mobility periods, putting the focus on the digital credit transfer. The next step is awarding credentials, digital credentials, in form of secure digital certificates. The following steps will be the transfer program credentials between institutions as part of the program enrolling, and also the transfer of those credentials to third parties in a sense of providing support for the employment, the immigration. Next step is I'm staying here, is the use of interinstitutional agreements that will allow us to regulate the recognition in short term. That means that those agreements between the institutions based on the experience that we had on the credit transfer will allow us to make the regulation of the recognition like easier and cost effective. The next one is the establishment of a credential recognition center of excellence. That this type of center will allow monitoring the global initiatives regarding the recognition, but also localizing products and modifying data models that will allow us to keep the work we have been conducted so far and bring it to the future. The capacity building on the educational organizations and training in the sense of the key staff related to issues linked to the recognition, and providing centralized support for this software tools. And the last step is considering the last step, but not the last one, and it had been considered all around in the previous steps, is considering open and self-sovereign data management paradigms. That means that we want to ensure that students will keep the ownership of their credentials and will be able to easily foster the exchange of their credentials without intermediaries. Next slide, please. So this led us to go to the first step, that is the work we are conducting right now and the development on the digital credit transfer system that is currently carried out by Knowledge Innovation Center, my institution, and the European University Foundation. The work we have done so far is that we present the different tools in a demonstration session, and we gather the feedback of the higher education institutions in order to determine the tool requirements, particularly in the sense of the digital credits. The next step was setting the configuration of the tools that will support the exchange of digital credits based in two main pillars. The first one is the interoperability with the availability of a common network or centralized system. That actually we are focusing on a centralized system that connects all institutions participating in the mobility that will enable the data exchange and a common data format and templates for the learning agreement and the transcript of records. As it was previously presented, my colleague had presented the different documents that were used in the previous version. In this version, we are focusing just in two main documents, but they contain information for many of the other documents that they have been created in the previous version. That means that the new platform will be compatible with the previous one in the considering the same number of templates and data format. And the other pillar is the authentication, that we will focus that there will be a centralized authentication system for the higher education institution personnel and students based on the identity provision. That means that all participants will keep the credentials from their own universities to log into the system. So it will be kind of seamless process, and they won't have to create like a new users or accounts for the new system. Next slide, please. The configuration of the tools, as I commented, will be based on the management of two main elements. The first one is the learning agreements. We have a differentiated interfaces according to the needs of the higher education staff, from the international relationship offices, and students. In this is very similar to what we had seen from the previous version, but I'm going to show some of the developments we are conducting right now. And the second one is the management of the transcript of records. It's important to note that we will take into consideration the credit transfer functionalities that are already created by the previous platform and will be integrated in both management functionalities for the learning agreement. As soon as the learning agreement will be set, the transfer, the credit transfer will be also available in the sense that allowing the participants to select courses and have from the very beginning the overview of the equivalence on the credits. Next slide, please. Here we can see the overview of the dashboard for the personnel on the higher education institutions. Basically, it has three areas. One area where we have the menu with all the higher educations that institutions that they are registered in the system, and the main area will show the outgoing mobilities and the incoming mobilities. As can be seen, there is a color code that will signalize which is the status of the different learning agreements. So red is like waiting for some actions. Yellow is also, red, sorry, is that it had been canceled. Yellow is waiting for some actions, and green that is ready to go. Next slide, please. In this one, when we click on any of the incoming mobilities, this screen will be shown and will provide a full overview of which are the learning agreements from the different students that are coming to the university, and will show data about the student, the period, the full period, when start the mobility and when ends, which is the higher education, the home higher education, and details about the learning agreement. Next slide, please. Here we can see the interface for creating a new mobility. That means every time that we create a new learning agreements, we are creating a new mobility process that includes, in short, the same amount of steps that have been previously presented. And here we can add the general information about the sending organization, the receiving organization with the contact information, and the basic data about the mobility. That means the period of the mobility. Next slide, please. And it will have the data of the students, and in the lower part that is not visible will be the full list of the courses that will be taken as part of the mobility and the comparison and equivalence to the home courses. And next slide, I think that will be it. Yes. So thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, please feel free to let us know. Thank you.
Much, Carmen. It's much appreciated that you're here with us, albeit online. I think we have some time for questions from the floor. We don't have questions from the online audience, so if you have any immediate questions, please do speak up. I don't see any hands. If so, then we move on to the second part of this session, which is basically providing the user's perspective. We have with us two representatives from our share partner universities. I've introduced them before, and I have the great pleasure to give the floor first to the Malaysian colleague here, Dr. Abdul Latif. Usually it's ladies first, but in our flow today, it will be you from the National University of Malaysia, and he will tell us a bit more about how his university in the share mobility phases has used the platform, has facilitated credit transfer, and perhaps also maybe a bit about the perspectives looking ahead into how you may be using the digitalized system, the DA-ECTS. Dr. Abdul, please, Latif, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Very good afternoon. And good morning, I guess. Well, I guess Carmen is in Bangkok, so good afternoon as well. And also to Stefan, thank you very much for your presentation. Very much appreciated. And we in University Kebangsaan Malaysia, or the National University of Malaysia, are very honored, and we've had the experience of using the facilities provided in the sense of AECTS. Introducing myself, I'm the director of the International Relations Center, UKM Global, and we are among the pioneer batch of universities in Malaysia that has been involved with the SHARE program. I think it was from day one that we've been involved, and ever since we've actually had over 35 outbound students and over 44 inbound students who had actually participated in student mobility in our universities. And out of that, we were also very lucky to have 16 who actually went to European universities as well. So the engagement of our students, the opportunities to engage in the ASEAN platform has been very, very much beneficial. And now we're actively involved with the COIL and the virtual exchange program. And we're happy to say that to date, with 2 batches of programs, 3 of our courses has actually undergone a program with virtual exchange and COIL, and over 123 students of ours has engaged with their counterparts in Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia in in engaging further with this. So when AECTS was introduced, it was another acronym in the very, very many acronyms in the field of internationalization. But this was something very important for us. AECTS came in at a time where something new was being introduced. SHARE provided not only opportunities, but hopes for a lot of students to engage in an international activity. And what AECTS 1.0 did to us, it provided structure, it provided a strong process workflow, it allowed us to actually make plans and strategize, it allowed our students to know how to do the application. When it was firstly introduced, it was they provided us with a handbook. All the students, lots of handbooks, guidebooks, and all our students were given capacity building training, and our academics were given training as well for them to know how to use the system. So that's been something very, very positive with SHARE. They introduced us to a platform, a concept, and they allowed us to use it and gave us the opportunity to actually gain training and gain awareness on how to use it. And since then, it has helped us a lot, especially with regards to process workflow, the availability of mobility tools that were available on the AECTS sites, such as the learning agreements that was incorporated there. So there was previously we were having all these emails, these Excel sheets, these Word documents and all, but now all of those were incorporated into the AECTS. So that worked wonders for us. We also had the conversion calculators, and that really added a lot of help and gave a lot of structure to us. So we allowed our academics to understand about the conversion calculators. I think it's very difficult for ASEAN with such a high range of differences in terms of even even categorizing credit hours contact, in terms of creating a similar standardization. That was a bit difficult as it was very, very diverse. AECTS also, they also had like short tutorials and demos in them. So that allowed our students to see, and they gave like a simulation, case study of what if you're in this situation and you're an inbound student or you're an outbound student. And those things help our students to actually make plans and to engage further and to apply to go to university. So the system made it very, very easy for them to apply and to get the results. That made it easier to promote the program in the future, because this is something that eases, a lot of students, if you ask them to go abroad to write a 500-word essay, you're going to have a drop rate of, how many people already. So having this, it made the application process a lot smoother, and it made them very, very, something that it was very, very realistic for them that they could use. One thing that I've noticed being in international higher education field, and also what we've seen in the past 2 years with pandemic and COVID-19, is that we are now going through an evolution in the academic world. We Online learning was there all this while. No one ventured into it until we were forced to be put in that position, and everyone became a Zoom expert since then. And that goes the same with the concept like digital credentials. I agree that in some parts of ASEAN, in some parts of Malaysia as well, possibly, the concept of digital credentials is something that needs to be to have an awareness on, that needs to be explained, that needs to be detailed out. I think buzzword always comes out, but explanation may not be there. I think all of us here at the Share Policy Dialogue plays a responsibility in going back and ensuring to share the messages that we've learned today with the people in our university. So you see, at times, the administrators are talking about digital credentials, but what about the academics, the students doing it? So I think it's an important part to create awareness on it and to do, to engage, to have capacity training programs, to have workshops to explain the incorporation of these digital credentials into the system. I think as we look over the years, it's a concept that is part of the evolution. People are talking about digital credentials a few years already now, and this is the best time to go on. We can only move forward from here. So looking at what now the DAECTS that's going to be introduced with the transcription of records being available online, and who knows, there will be future digital badges that people could get in. This is in line with where the world is heading. As the world is incorporating our students as being global workforce, we've got to look at what this applies to them and how this is a part of the new lifelong learning composition. So we are not actually just coming up with another system or another technology, but a technology that's going to change how our future graduates will be perceived, how our future graduates, our future workforce will be learning and engaging themselves. So I think it's very, very exciting that there's a creation of, it's important for us to create an ecosystem, of trust, of credibility, of quality and assurance in this. I do have a few questions to pose as well, as I've listened to the presentation, which was done really well by both Stefan and Carmen. I would just like to know, in terms of data protection and security in the future, I think that's a very important component of it, especially in challenging times with regards to data breach and access. What's the level of security with regards to this information? And also the issue of sustainability and maintenance of this platform. I think we would want something that's part of the lifelong learning. And where do you see this continuing on? We do not want it to be just a 1 year or 2 year project, but how can we ensure the sustainability of this for our future graduates as well? So I'm going to stop there and pass back to you, Sebastian.
Thank you very much, Latif. This was really interesting. And it's, of course, always better to hear from the actual users rather than, not discrediting our experts, but if you see that it works, hear it from a user, it's a lot more convincing than just hearing it from someone who develops it and markets his or her own product, of course. For the last two questions that you pose, I would like to follow up whether this was something you would all of us want to reflect on now here in the room, or do you want to address this to Stefan or Carmen specifically now to respond to? Okay, then I'll leave it at that for now, and each and every one of us can reflect on it, and perhaps it triggers some questions after this. One thought that came to mind while you were speaking, and I'm thinking a bit ahead now, that perhaps in the future when Elon Musk is successful with his Neuralink program, we will all have a little chip in, And when you're a student, you get a new chip, and then at your home university, they just have to download your credential. That would be the fully digitized version of it. But maybe we're not quite there yet. So we don't have to worry about that kind of data protection. So Latif, thank you very much again for this. You were always one of the champions of Share. I'm well aware of that. We're now going to a bit closer to here. We're going to Cambodia, to Phnom Penh International University, actually. Another champion, if I dare say, Dr. Ki Ravikun from Phnom Penh International University. She's the vice rector there. And dare I say that not only have you been a fervent supporter of the EU Share, but you're also a dear friend to my own institution, the German Academic Exchange Service, in our DS program since the early 2000s. So Ki Ravikun, floor is yours. Thank you very much. I'm excited to listen to you.
Hello. May I have my slide, please? Okay. This one, okay. Well, good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is my great pleasure and honor to be here to learn and to share some experiences with you. Especially today, we talk about something that concern all of us. We talk about digital credential. Okay, yeah. Perhaps just slide one. But before we move to that part to answer, to share with you our experiences using the previous platform that was provided by Share for batch 2, 3, 4, and 5. Actually 3, 4, and 5 at the time. Allow me to say a few words to tell you about my institution and where I'm from. Sebastian has already introduced me a little bit, but yeah, perhaps yes. I'll to show you a little bit about the university, the institution where I am from. Actually, Phnom Penh International University is a private higher education in Cambodia. We are located in Phnom Penh, the capital city of Cambodia, and we are not big, we are small, but we do our best to offer quality education. The university was built in 2000, but that was under the name of ASEAN University. The name PPAU today was changed in 2006. PPAU actually faced heavily on internationalization of education. We focus more on international relations. We focus on university linkages and industrial linkages also, because we believe that student exposure to overseas really make a lot of change, and that is the key factor that we can move forward or improve our economy, as also the welfare of the country and the community. For myself, I personally, since I started working at PPIU in 2010, we focus a lot on sending student and receiving student in different format. We send student also for the cultural exchange, youth camp, etc. But I will talk about that tomorrow. But today, just focus on the AECTS that we used last time. And talking about credit transfer, we cannot really go away from previous slide first, yeah. Go away from building trust, of course, but that is another thing. I would like to also to highlight that PPAU has complied to national and international standard of accreditation. We have complied to all standard of accreditation in all executive term. And recently in 2019, we have received 5 years recognition by the accreditation body of Cambodia, ACC. And also we were also lucky at that time to test our quality using the archive in 2018. And this is our owner again, and Sebastian is here on witness the process of our work during that time. And also, just before the COVID started, we were recognized by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport for the online learning, and we were one among a few universities who could at that time run the online right after the announcement of the closure of all of physical teaching and learning at that time. So these are all the evidence that we can say that we can move forward with what we are talking today, and we assured quality of teaching learning, physical learning, and also the online learning. Now, let me share with you our experiences using the AECTS during the physical mobility, and yes, until batch 5 before COVID start in 2020, early 2020. As Dr. Latif mentioned about the student mobility before COVID and the number of students for the UKM, but inbound and outbound. But for PPAU, within these 3 batches, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I would like to also mention that PPAU could join share in batch 2 already. We were not in the share in batch 1. We started in batch 2, but in batch 2 we did not use the platform. The platform was introduced in batch 3, if I'm not mistaken, in 2017. And for PPIU, as I have my slide here to show you why I capture all the university member of the share, because for us, we recognize all credit earned by our outbound students from all partner university under share. And we do so because we build trust, and our philosophy, PPIU, we cannot move forward and maintain our quality as long as we trust each other. So first of all, we have to trust the partner university, especially under the U-share. To also assure credit earned by students be transferred when they come back after their mobility, we have to make sure with the student the selection of courses that are transferable and courses that become extra for the student. And that, yes, all credit are transferred. And I would like to tell you that all my outbound students have not shared any problem about with their credit transfer at their home university. So talking about the platform, I would also like to compliment, make a big applause to Stefan at that time, because I was one among the people who key in all those data in the platform. So I kind of I try to recall what I did at the time when Stefan presented. Actually, it was to me a user-friendly platform. Although sometimes, of course, we miss keen in putting the information, and we receive how to say, email or text from the student asking us to do so. So I would like to highlight that perhaps at the time we miss some function, or perhaps the platform does not give us all the function or alert email, or connect our work email to the platform, so that we once in a while miss the deadline, in short. Yeah. So I would like to share a few more words about, next slide please, about what is going on in Cambodia. This slide shows you clearly that we are not only working to align or comply to what SHARE is doing, but we are at home in Cambodia. Now, just recently, the Cambodian government has issued several important documents related to digitalization of document and public services. The document voiced strong publicity in building and strengthening infrastructure and human resources at all levels, in all sectors. These 3 documents really show that all stakeholders in Cambodia, including education, primary, secondary, and higher education have to move forward to digital transformation of both document services, etc. So with this, I would like to say that to conclude my very short speech here, that we actually do need the platform. We do need the digital platform to manage our work and especially the student mobility. And we welcome all AECTS or the AECTS platform or any what you call credentiality, so that we can work, we can keep document and preserve or have the informed data or document for the student, because in Cambodia also we talk a lot about promoting lifelong learning. We know that most of students nowadays in India sophomore, they started to work, although sometimes they work part-time, but they work not only in Cambodia but also elsewhere in the region. So this is very good for them to really keep record working, doing, using their knowledge in the classroom and apply in the real work, and at the same time continue their study journey. So with this, I would like to stop and yes, welcome all questions related to my university and the work that we have been doing with and under share. And once again, thank you very much. Again, the share and all the program that we have involved, we have involved not only with the student mobility but also the quality assurance and also the capacity building in all in most of the program introduced by share by DAD and Ds. By the way, I would like to add that we could run or we could start our online teaching learning very fast, very quick at that time, right just a few weeks after the announcement of pandemic, the peak of the pandemic and the closure of all physical activity, because we joined the National Education Training, where our dean received support for the development of their project, and two of the project was the creation of the G Suite, which is the component, the main tool for implementation of the online teaching learning. And also another faculty, they introduced the 21st century teaching learning, and they started to apply the Google Classroom, the Meet, the Zoom, etc. So those are the very good component for the launch of the online teaching learning. That's why we got the appreciation and acknowledgement from the Minister of Education, Youth and Sport, who visited us in April, May 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vikun, for your inspiring presentation. Again, I would like to reiterate that PPIU was really one of those universities in Share that took not only advantage, of course, of the mobility scheme, which was only open to a quite, well, relatively small number of universities as compared to the size of the ASEAN education space, but you also took full advantage of all the other opportunities. You mentioned it, the quality assurance assessments, all the capacity building developments, and first and foremost also the networking opportunities similar to what we're seeing here today via the Policy Dialogue platform. I think your university is also a testament of how far one can come if you apply all these different factors in one, so that they really link into each other. I mean, I think your last example was quite an illustrating one, how well you were prepared because of all this when the healthcare emergency actually started and was declared as a global pandemic in 2020. I would now open the floor for questions here also to the audience. I see immediate two hands from, I believe, our Share alumni. So I would say ladies first, perhaps to Vietnam, our Vietnamese alumni. Maybe we have a mic for her? Or can someone provide the lady with a microphone? Okay, then I will do it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation about ECTS. And like I have met Sebastian a few years ago, and I already heard about ECTS. And also now I'm glad that we are developing the DAECTS as a kind of a similar platform for ASEAN. But my question would be, there will be a platform for credit transfer, right? But will using the platform improve the recognition rate of my mobility experience? And also, this question concerns with the fact that some of the academic offices and officers might not have the ability in English, for example. So if these credit transfer is done in English and like the platform and like the whole, even the like this grade point, like the list of the grade academic record, I guess, is also in English. So it could be a little bit more difficult for countries where, for officers in countries where they don't speak English as a second language, for example. And that could maybe lengthen the process, or that could be more work for them. So that's just my question. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Min. Can I just ask you, do you want to give this question to Stefan or Carmen, or? Okay. Stefan, Carmen, I would say ladies first. Maybe you would like to answer. It's about the language issue. Not sure if you could hear that. Okay, you're
Yeah.
nodding. Thank you. Maybe Carmen first
Yeah.
and then Stefan.
We heard the question.
Sorry, I think you're
Actually,
on mute. Yeah. Now I can hear you.
now you can hear me, right?
Yes.
In principle, the platform will be in English for the initial stage, but most likely we will start as part of the maintenance and the sustainability of the platform to have available different languages. That is kind of a requirement for the uptake of the platform on the future. That on the initial stage that will be in English, and later on we will work on the different languages. We will need to collect the number of languages that will be required, but this could be part of the work as soon as we launch the first beta version.
All right, thank you. Stefan, do you want to elaborate a bit about the language issue back then in the old platform, so to say? How was that addressed?
Oh, actually, that was not addressed in the old platform. I think Carmen gave a better answer. I think let's focus on the future, which is the DA-CTS. What I would like maybe to say, it's about using a platform, using a platform can increase the recognition rate. And that, I think my answer would be yes, because when all the actors are using a platform, actually they are in a way forced to follow a system, forced to follow a protocol. And by following that protocol, it really ensures the trust between all the actors. So I think globally, using platforms for credit transfer can increase the recognition. Also because it helps, all the actors know where they are in the mobility process, what has been done so far, who has done what. You have a better transparency, which really helps for the recognition also.
Thank you, Stefan. Yeah, you indeed picked up on the recognition matter, and I hope this answers Min's question also. We're running a bit out of time, but I believe I have the liberty to take one more question. I saw that one of our alumni from Indonesia, from the Agriculture University of Bogor, also has a question. Please also highlight to whom you would like to address this.
Okay, thank you, Sebastian, for the opportunity. As a student and an alumnus of SHARE myself, the proposal of the ACTS seems to be very interesting and promising at the same time. And also, I would like to take a second to second Dr. Abdul Latif's statement regarding the importance of raising awareness of towards the implementation of the ACTS. So I have two questions in mind that I would like to address to both Mr. Stefan and Ms. Carmen. The first one being, what needs to be done in order to make students across ASEAN utilize DACTS and be familiar with the system? And also, as I believe that the challenges will be very significant to implement the ACTS, as us in the developing regions are still struggling in terms of infrastructure. So the second question will be, how will the developing nations need to adjust their infrastructure to support the implementation of the ACTS? That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the two questions. Just so I get it right, so the first one was about the implementation, how this can be done in the context of the ASEAN region best, right? And okay, then let's start with that one. Carmen, would you like to go first?
Yes, actually, first and foremost, we will need to have completed like the first version of the platform, but as soon as that will be available, and we will continue the set of workshops we had been running in the past to raise awareness of the advantages and about the use of the digital credit transfer system and the digital credentials is part of the plan we already have in place. So it has been already considered that, one of the most important stakeholders are the students. So we will address them as part of the workshops we are planning to run in the near future. That's the first question. The second question is a little bit more complicated in the sense that what we can do is provide the assistance for the different countries in a sense of which type of system infrastructures will be needed to implement, to put in place. We will be providing the technological support for the platform for all the institutions that will be participant. But in terms of policy, will be needed a set of policies on the different countries to ensure that the technical infrastructures will be in place to ensure also that it will be a sustainable effort.
Fan, would you like to add?
No, on discussion, I think it's more
Okay,
related to the
I hope this
DACTS.
answers your question. Yes, I see a happy nodding. So then it is up to me now probably to close this session. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Apologies for running a bit over time also. I would just like to highlight one last point, and that is something that Latif said before. I mean, we're now sitting here and comfortably discussing that we have an AECTS and that we have a credit platform, that it's even now being digitalized. I mean, all of this was rather unthought of 7 years ago when all of these initiatives started. And I think it's really credit due to you, the partner universities who really picked this up, who learned it. I mean, I well remember being at the very first workshop, and I thought everyone is speaking Chinese because I just couldn't understand what was going on. It was really a steep learning curve, not only for you, but for all of us. And I think this deserves really a very big applause, not only to you, but to everyone here, because we've all worked hard to make this happen. So thank you very much. Thank you all to you, the audience here and online, because you've endured the whole day. It was interesting discussions, but now it's late, and I would say time for applause. Thank you very much. I hand back to the organizer. Okay, I'll close it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Full name is Sinsawan Sampasar, and right now I'm studying about communication.